Good afternoon. How are we? Hope we're doing all right. My name's Matt White and welcome to the Stretford Food Hall in the Stretford Arndale. We're going to be here for the next 4.5 hours and I hope you're suitably hungover because between now and 4:30 we're going to be meeting some of Manchester's best top chefs who are going to be telling you what they consider to be the perfect hangover cure. And there is not a pack of fantastic Haribos anywhere to be seen, which, trust me, usually works. We're going to be talking to some of the chefs as they cook you through their favourite dishes, but we'd like to hear your questions. So if you do have any questions at any stage for the chefs, for me, for why my lockdown hair is looking so mental, then please get in touch. Don't forget we are at StreamGM and make sure you use the hashtag UnitedWeStreamGM. Any questions that you want answering. Before we begin and meet our first chef who is waiting patiently with what I think is a bottle of vodka, let's just remind ourselves as to why we are doing this. United We Stream was set up to support the Greater Manchester nighttime economy. Now this is pubs, this is restaurants, this is theatres, this is gig venues. These are one of the industries that are going to take the longest to recover. We regularly see that the dates of things being pushed back are getting later and later, and even when they do open, it's going to be a struggle to keep social distancing. So people in small businesses, people in middle-sized businesses, they need your support. So we are asking for your donations. This is free to watch, of course, but if you want to help out, then you can get involved. You can go via the website, which is unitedwestream.co.uk, or you can also text. I'll be giving you that number in just a few moments and tell you how you can donate via text. Now though, enough of me banging on. Let's meet our first chef today. We are going to be speaking to Robert Owen Brown from the Hinchliffe. Hello, my friend.
How are you, Mark? You okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. I mean, this is a little bit weird, isn't it?
It's a bit strange, you know, but we've just got to get on and make do, haven't we?
Now, I've tasted your food many times. I've cooked with you in the past before, but on this occasion, I'm not going to be able to try any of the food.
Right, okay.
So,
that's quite disappointing for you, isn't it?
Mate, I'm absolutely...
And more for me.
I only found out today I wasn't going to be able to eat it. So I'm sure it's going to look pretty, but we'll only have your word on it that it's going to taste all right.
Right, okay. I should have bought cheap ingredients.
Yeah, because no one's going to know. What are we having then, mate? What's on the menu for you?
Real simple. I kind of work on the fact that if I've got a hangover, I don't want anything too complicated. So I want a hangover cure I can cook in a simple frying pan.
Nice.
Yeah? I also want, if I'm really hungover, something I can just slurp through a straw. Okay, so I'm going to do two dishes. I'm going to do a smoked haddock chorizo omelette that's baked under the grill with a little bit of cheddar cheese in there and some spring onions, and I'm going to do a traditional old-fashioned English drink, a bull shot. It's beef stock or beef oxo cubes, tomato juice, Liam Perrins, Tabasco, and a copious amount of vodka.
Wait, so hang on a minute. So your hangover cure is vodka and fish?
Yeah, pretty much. One way or another, it'll get you through.
That's pretty hardcore.
Yeah.
Okay, what we're going to start with then? We're going to go with the booze or the
we're going to get the frying pan nice and hot, and we'll get our chorizo on first. So always try and remember to take the skin off. If you didn't have any chorizo knocking around, a little bit of pork and leek sausage or something like that.
Nice,
yeah.
Nice.
One of those old pepperamis you found from down the back of the sofa might work.
You wouldn't use an old pepperami. Well, yeah, you would.
Okay, I'm not going to be too precious about how we chop this because remember we're a bit shaky and we're a bit delicate.
Of course we are.
You know, we're not going for a Michelin dining experience here. We're just breaking this up.
You got a hangover this morning, Rob?
Have I got a hangover this morning? No, sir. I am sat in a pub surrounded by booze that's closed, and I think I've had a drink 3 times since we shut.
What?
I know.
Well, that's great,
don't get me wrong. When I have had a drink, I've had a drink. But
he's getting out the fish and chorizo in the morning.
So I've not got any oil in this pan, and I'm using a little non-stick pan. I'm going to get plenty of oil coming out of that chorizo, so I don't need any oil in there, all right?
Rob, I like the way you said chorizo.
Well, I'm trying to sound like I know what I'm talking about. It's chorizo where I live.
Of course it is.
But I keep getting told off, so...
I like to make an effort with pronouncing things correctly most times, but I
it's
can't...
your job to do that.
Yeah, but I can't bring myself to say chorizo properly in a restaurant.
Can we just be normal then? It's chorizo,
just chorizo
in a frying pan.
Yeah,
in Manchester.
Pan. Yes,
yeah.
mate.
Not on the hills of Andalusia or anywhere like that, am I? I don't even think the chorizo's ever been to Spain.
Really?
I think it's made somewhere in Trafford Park, this one.
All the best things are made in Trafford Park, Rob.
Well,
we know
keep
that.
it local.
Keep it local.
Try not to get any eggshell in your little bowl.
Does that mean you just did?
Yeah, of course it does, yeah.
See, this is also very weird because I can't even see what you're
I
cooking.
shouldn't admit to my mistakes then, should I?
Just don't mention it, no one will know.
So, I'm just going to break those eggs up a little bit. Leave that to one side. Give my chorizo.
Thank you. Sorry, man, have I made you self-conscious about saying it now?
No, not at all. I'd much prefer to say chorizo.
Good. You mentioned earlier that at your pub, the Hinchliff, you said you're empty pub, surrounded by drinks. How is it for you, mate? How is it at the pub?
Look, it's on a personal level. I'm trying to keep myself sane by thinking I'm having a big long holiday for the first time in 34 years. I think that stops me worrying about the financials and what we're all in for coming forwards. With the restaurant industry, we'll bounce back, won't we? We'll find a way of doing it.
I think so.
We must have been nutters to get into it in the first place.
Yes.
So we'll find a way of making this work. Yeah. So, nice fillet of smoked haddock.
Do you ever use the dyed smoke?
You're
I
just
never
about to say.
Were you?
Nice piece of fillet smoked haddock. I kind of grew up on smoked haddock being bright yellow.
Yeah, me
the
too.
Fish merchants, that's what we had, finny haddock. It's all right, but I think once you've tasted the good stuff,
Why is it
anything else
yellow?
always tastes a bit chemically, doesn't it? And a bit,
There's a bit to it. Yeah. Why is it yellow though, mate? Is it just for
it's dye,
aesthetics?
isn't it? It's
But
food dye.
just to look nice.
Yeah, but to the best of my knowledge, it's smoke essence and food dye. I don't think he's ever seen a smokehouse, has it? Now, I might be proven wrong there. You might get a phone call in a minute. So, I'm just going to break this smoked haddock up. A little bit of smoked cod would work really well. A little bit of smoked salmon, maybe.
Yep. But we're saying smoked is the key word here.
Smoked's the key word, isn't it? Don't try it with a tin of sardines, it doesn't work.
No, I bet it doesn't.
Okay, oil's starting to come out of the sausage.
Oh, I can smell it now.
Yeah. All that beautiful smoked paprika, chilli sort of flavour. My smoked haddock's gone in. My spring onions are going in.
This does seem quite a simple recipe for you.
It's dead simple, it's hangover food, isn't it? Don't want anything complicated when you're not entirely sure what your own name is.
Yeah, agreed. I think one of the last times I ate your food when you were still in Manchester city centre, the Mark Addy, Manchester institution, great pub, miss it still, Rob. I came to eat and all your menu said was pig.
Right, okay, yeah.
That was it, the menu
sounds
said pig. And then every course was from the pig, so there was ears, trotters, tails, the lot.
If you are going to take the life of an animal, I think you've got a moral responsibility to try and use all of it, haven't you? We as food people, as human beings, kind of got used to, because we became a little bit more affluent, we forgot about all the squidgy bits that nobody wanted to eat and nobody wanted to talk about. We could all afford to buy a chicken. We could all afford to buy a nice piece of meat. You've got to do something with that stuff. So me as a chef, I like to try and get people, and reinvent the old-fashioned things, get people eating pig's liver. Let's make something tasty out of it. Because if you don't eat it and enjoy it and rejoice in it for what it is itself, you can bet it's going to get minced up and put into something. And it isn't going in dog food, so you're going to eat it. So let's learn to cook those things and let's learn to enjoy it.
You are a big fan of offal, aren't you?
I love it. If you take a 400 kilo beast, you're going to end up with 50 or 60 kilos of something that nobody wants to talk about. Well, let's kind of use it.
Yeah, I agree. I'm the same with coffee revels.
With what?
Coffee revels. If you're going to buy a pack of revels, eat the coffee ones.
I just accept it as like a bit of punishment.
Just eat it all.
No, they're going in the dog. Yeah, not keen. So, haddock, spring onion. Yeah? I got to get my egg in there now.
Don't forget, if you do have any questions for Rob while you're watching this, if you want to know anything about the ingredients or more about his love of tripe, any question, absolutely anything, Rob, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely anything.
Any questions?
I can't tell you what the lottery numbers are. But
yeah, so no questions about the lottery, please. At StreamGM, and make sure you use the hashtag, which is hashtag UnitedWeStreamGM.
So, good dollop of cheddar cheese on there now.
What's this, Rob? Just normal cheddar?
Yeah, well, you know, as normal as my
a
cheese
nice
fetish would let me. It's an extra strong, mature English cheddar, a proper one, cave aged, Wookie hole, brilliant. Ooh. But there's another dirty little secret. I'm quite partial to that smoked Austrian stuff in the yellow packets.
Oh man, yeah.
Yeah,
that's just
that
like
works
rubber.
brilliant in this. Yeah, if you can bring yourself to do anything other than stand outside the fridge chewing it like a lollipop, it works really well in an omelette.
I've been standing in front of my fridge for most of this lockdown. I'm getting a suntan from the light bulb.
2 o'clock this morning, pork pie, English mustard, playing Russian roulette with the English mustard. I know I've put too much on. I can feel a nosebleed coming on. Illuminated by the white light of the fridge, but naked. Not a pretty sight, but nice. Yeah.
No, Rob, that's a horrific thought.
Yeah, but it'll be stuck with you now, won't it? Right, I'm just going to pop this under the grill.
Okay.
Pretend we've got a grill. I'm going to throw it in the oven.
Okay. Rob's going to go throw that in the oven. Just a reminder as well that whilst you are watching this, you can donate. Don't forget, this is a really good cause. We are trying to support Greater Manchester's nighttime economy, to help those restaurants, to help those cafes, the theatres, the pubs. You can go via the website UnitedWeStream.co.uk and make a donation. Under the grill, that, Rob, yeah?
That's under the grill. Yeah, or in the oven, but the grill. Grill will be better. I'm not entirely sure that pan won't melt. Okay, dead simple the next one. Brilliant hangover cure. Obviously you've been up all night and you've got a beautiful beef stock made, you know, or you've opened a can of consomme if you're a posh person, because they still do it in cans. Yeah. Don't want to do that. A can of oxtail soup will work just as well.
Okay.
Or my secret weapon, OXO cubes.
OXO cubes.
If they're good enough for Marco Pierre White, they're good enough for me. Yeah.
He loves a ready stock, doesn't he?
Likes a bit of an ore stock cube, yeah.
Yeah. Made a lot of money out of them as well, I think.
Yeah. Well, the guy's got to earn a living.
How low would you sink, Rob, in terms of affiliations with brands? What's the least?
An old pal of mine once said, an old pal in the restaurant business, whenever he used to get precious about things, he used to say, Robert, what you've got to remember is money equals Barbados.
And that's it.
That'll do, won't it? If you're absolutely hanging and feeling rotten, then what your body's looking for is salts and all sorts of things. I would add 2 of those. Yeah?
Okay. The constant argument we have in our house is over how much stock to put in something.
Right.
I don't think you can have too much stock.
I don't think you can.
Yeah,
I mean, I quite like this just in a mug with a slice of buttered bread. You know, I'll take that as a snack. Have you never done that?
No, but I think I'm interested.
OXO cube, boiling water, mug. Great. Don't get a figure like this, you know, without looking after it.
It's like having a mug of beans, like Michael in Partridge.
I don't like baked beans.
Don't like baked beans?
No, can't stand baked beans. There's something weird about baked beans, I'm sorry.
What's the matter with you, Rob? You're eating tripe. But you won't
Tripe
touch
makes
baked
sense
beans.
to me. Beans. No. Tomato sauce. No, not for me.
Okay, mate.
So, stock's nice and dissolved. Tomato juice in. If you haven't got any tomato juice, tin of tomatoes, blitzed up with a stick blender. That'll do the same thing, all right? You're going to bring that up to the boil.
How hot do you like it?
We're going to get a bit of Tabasco in there. We're going to get a good glug of Liam Perrins. Or if you're over the border in Yorkshire like I am at the minute, it's Henderson's, isn't it?
Ah, the gentleman's relish.
Yeah.
I don't want it. I don't want gentleman's relish.
Sorry?
I don't want gentleman's relish.
I don't know,
You partial to it?
I quite like it. I like all those sort of anchovy pastes, you know, and things like that. I have a collection in the fridge of all sorts of 1 teaspoon taken out of jars of things that Time Team would probably like to have a look at, you know.
Never look at the sell-by date.
Yeah.
I think Andrew Nutter, who's going to be cooking for us a little bit later on this afternoon, he was tweeting recently he'd gone in the back of his cupboard during lockdown and pulled out some herbs and spices, which was about 20 years out of date.
I can believe that.
I mean, herbs and spices actually probably are out of date spices. It's just dried.
It's just dry, but I
Yeah,
do think they
use
sort of
it.
give up the ghost after a while, don't they? I'll have a quick look at my omelette.
Rob's gone over to have a look at his omelette in the oven, which we're pretending is a grill. Just looking to see if there's any questions for Rob. Hashtag UnitedWeStreamGM if you have anything that you want to ask. You know a bit about everything as well, don't you, Rob? So
I
it's
could
fine.
try. I tell you what I can't do.
What?
Macarons.
Macaron, no, it's one of the hardest things
Can't
in
do
the
it.
world, isn't
It's
it?
witchcraft, that. It's absolute witchcraft. Yeah, can't do it. Can't do it. So I've left it to the experts.
There's a great company in Manchester called, I think they're called English Rose.
English Rose. They're the experts.
If you ever want a decent macaron, get on English
Yeah.
Rose. Show support for them because they.
I need some more of this. You aren't drinking this, are you? You're not tasting this. Is that right?
I'm not allowed to taste it.
Right, okay. Well, in that case, I'm going.
But it doesn't mean I can't have
Full
one
on.
later, though, does it? Surely. Is that all right? Yeah, I'm getting a nod.
And I'm going to get a little bit more William Perrins in there.
And I guess this is an obvious thing to say, but this is one of those drinks where you can make it to your taste, isn't it? A little
Yeah.
bit less Tabasco, more Liam
Absolutely.
Perrins.
Spice it up as much as you want. It's brilliant in a flask if you're going out for a walk.
Oh,
Yeah.
right.
Nice walk in the countryside up some big hills. Not that I ever do that, but
You know me.
yeah, I'm not built for hills. Well, rolling down them maybe. but,
Perfect.
yeah. Okay, so we're nearly ready there.
So this is the sort of drink I can imagine. Now you said that about going out for a walk, is the fellas in the tweed with the shotguns.
Absolutely. Before around about 11s. Yeah.
Yeah.
Back to the big stately house. Yeah. And then a couple of canopies, little sausage rolls or something, and then a lovely little bull shot.
Live in the dream. Look at that. It's like a posh hot Bloody Mary, isn't it?
It's a hot Bloody Mary, yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much what it is, a beefed up hot Bloody Mary.
Oh, that just sounds good.
A little look at this omelette now.
And I know that everybody at home that's watching this is going to probably feel a little bit of frustration because you're watching food being cooked, but you're not allowed to taste any of it. But just imagine how I'm feeling. It's there. I can smell it. And I'm not even allowed a tongue dip.
That oven's not as hot as I thought it was, Matt, so you're going to have to talk to me for a minute.
That's all right, mate. I enjoy talking to you. So how have you been finding lockdown, Rob? What, have you had any nice little rituals you've been doing to pass the time?
I've scrubbed the pub. I've done all the things I could possibly do work-wise, and I've kind of second-guessed what the guidance is going to be.
Yeah.
I've done all of that, plastic screens on the bars and all that carry on.
Have you tried messing about with tables and distance to see how
Yeah,
it would look?
terrified me, so I stopped.
How much reduction in custom would that give you, do you think? How many-
Inside, I'll lose 50%.
Wow.
My only saving grace for my business, if you like, personally, is I can seat 100 people, socially distanced, outside. So
Oh,
if
okay.
we have a summer, you know, unless we're having it now,
No, yes.
which is always the terrifying bit, you know, lockdown will end, we'll be allowed to open, and then it'll start raining for 6 months.
Of course it will. That's
You know.
exactly what will happen.
But we'll see.
But then there is a little bit of light for you there, because if we get the weather, then you're going to be...
I'm in with a fighting chance. So, you
Yeah.
know, I'm out in a beautiful rural part of the world with a good sized car park, pretty views. I'm in with a fighting chance.
Did you not think about diversifying during this time, and because you're not doing any
Not
deliveries
doing
or
any
anything, are you?
takeaway. Like I say, I'm in the middle of nowhere, small village. There are takeaways that are only living 365 days a year. I don't want to take a slice of their cake because
Yeah.
that's how they earn their livelihood,
Yeah.
and it's a personal thing.
Of course.
You know, I don't think it'd be right. So there's only so much money in the economy, isn't there? So let the takeaway guys in our village have the takeaway money.
That's fair enough, mate.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people have done some good stuff, though, haven't they?
Oh, there's some amazing stuff going on.
Yeah. But I think that's always the way. I mean, even before this, the food and drink scene in Greater Manchester has always been very resilient. There's just an incredible group of people in that industry.
Yeah,
Most of whom you know, Rob.
Well, I've been around a while, haven't I?
Yeah, you have, mate, yeah. How was it? I mean, a lot of people were surprised when you left Manchester and went over the Pennines.
Well,
Was that an easy decision to make?
I
So just in case someone doesn't know, that's a bit presumptuous, but so you were at the Marcaddy.
Yeah. Had a couple of heart attacks.
Yeah, you did have a couple of heart attacks.
Yeah. Well, I had one, and then a week and a half later I went back to work, didn't I?
What'd you do that for, you madhead?
Because I'm a chef and you're stupid. You know.
Yeah, okay.
We're back to that, we are missing a chromosome or a gene or something, aren't we? You know, you would not do this job if you were normal.
That's not for me
to
say. That's not. So you had a heart attack?
Yeah.
And did that not? And do you think that was because of your lifestyle and the job and the industry?
I think from being very young, you know, pretty much all the way through my career, 30 espressos a day, and then
30.
Yeah, times, yeah, not day, but certainly when we did reform sort of thing, it was 30 espressos a day and 2 litres of white wine to bring you down at the end of the night. Well, eventually that catches up with you, doesn't it?
It's going to take its toll.
You know, and I am the one that can quite easily batter anything and deep fry it and put it on a sandwich and then batter it and deep fry it and eat it, you know.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it was lifestyle. It's entirely lifestyle with me. That's what it was.
And did that play a part in your decision to leave
It
the
made
big city?
me slow down, you know, and I had a little bit of time out, sat around on a narrowboat for a while.
Amazing.
And then accidentally went and bought a pub in Yorkshire.
How do you accidentally buy a pub?
Well, lease a pub, you know, with John Willie Lees, who I have to say through this have been bloody amazing as landlords.
Really? Have you had help before?
I mean, I'm hearing some horror stories from guys in the industry that are still being charged full rent and all the rest of it. Ours have been incredible. I couldn't ask for more. Absolutely incredible.
And that's what we need. That's what the country needs. That's what the world needs right now, isn't it?
Yeah.
People like that.
And that, Matt, is me.
Okay, I'm going to stand up.
Oh, it's not the prettiest thing on the planet, but it's something you're going to take back to bed, eat, and feel better in 20 minutes.
Do you know what? Eating in bed is a wonderful thing.
It is, yeah.
It's something I've been doing a
Apart
lot more
from the
of.
crumbs. Can't be doing with the crumbs.
No. But while you eat, you lie on your wife's side, and then when you're finished, you get back over to your side.
All right, okay.
Don't tell my wife that though, please.
No, but she's going to find out now, isn't she?
She's watching this.
Yeah.
Sorry, darling. Well, mate, listen, I can't taste it. The people watching can't taste it. You're going to have to taste it, and then tell me whether it's nice.
Well, I'll taste it, and I'll taste it out of this.
Look at him swigging vodka from a jug. If that's not worth donating for, I don't know what is.
Yeah, that's great. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Rob.
No problem at all, mate. Yeah.
Okay, so don't forget we are going to be going to lots of chefs throughout the day. Rob, what you do, mate? You getting off now? You going back home to bed?
No, I'm just going to hang around, potter around, tidy up.
Nice.
Yeah.
Have a little bit of a tidy up, keep it nice. So, don't forget, we are here until 4:30 this afternoon. Thank you very much for watching. We do appreciate it. Lots more different chefs going to be cooking throughout the day, all celebrating their hangover foods, simple hangover foods that you can make at home. And listen, it's a Sunday, and if you are hungover, then sometimes breakfast isn't until about 4 o'clock. It doesn't matter what time you decide you're hungry, there's going to be something for you all day today. Another reminder as to why we're doing this. You know the score by now. United We Stream. It's here to support the Greater Manchester nighttime economy, pubs, restaurants, cafes, theatres, gig venues. Massive shout out to Sasha Lord, who was part of the people that set this up. Doing a great thing. Lots of money been raised already all across Greater Manchester. So if you've already donated, thank you very much indeed for that. And if you haven't, then I think you should maybe go to the website, unitedwestream.co.uk, and have a little look.
Thank you for tuning in today to United We Stream and watching Manchester's Food and Drink Festival. It's fantastic that everybody's come together to collaborate on this. But whilst you're watching this, we did set this up to entertain people, but please don't forget the main reason why you set this up. And that's to help people who are really vulnerable at the moment across our city region. So please remember to donate, whether it's £1, £2, £3. We need as many of you to donate today as possible. Thank you.
Music is everything. It makes you feel really good. It's about love, sharing. That's what I've got from coming here.
Music is, I think, a fundamental human right.
I think music therapy helps Sia because it taps into a part of her memory that hasn't eroded yet.
The music's been very important to Mum because I just think it brings her back into our world a little bit.
For some reason, his mind's clicked on in a certain way that it wouldn't have done without the music.
I feel silence in my house for 5.5 years, and through music, perhaps he was able to communicate.
Because music's such a simple thing, but it's a personal thing. It's little steps all the time.
Music therapy has enabled Mary to develop her communication and her social interaction.
I'm sure there's a band playing in his head all the time, and I want to help him make the music that's in his head.
During the session, he's a completely different person when he's drumming. It's like having Eddie back to how he always used to be.
What you see is that despite illness, trauma, disability, people can always access music. And you start to see self-esteem, confidence, freedom, control, expression, or on one level, social change and how music affects people's lives, but then affects the community that's around that person. But I think what's really profound is that relationship they can foster with music, because that can then last a lifetime.
Welcome back. Good afternoon. My name is Matt White. We are live at the Stretford Food Hall, my favourite place in Manchester. Inside the Stretford Arndale, we're here for the Manchester Food and Drink Festival, along with UnitedWeStream's Hangover Cook-Along. Between now and 4:30, different chefs from across the region will be coming in and cooking for you, showing you how you can make the perfect hangover cure. No matter what your taste, we'll have something covered for you. Just to give you a little bit of background into how we're doing this, because obviously all socially distant. I won't be tasting any of the food, which I'll probably keep banging on about it because I can't believe I can't. But we have here in the food hall 3 different sections. So the chefs are being kicked away. We had Rob over this side, and now as we meet our new chef, we move over to the left, and we are going to talk to Alberto from Basilico. Basilico. I've got that right. So you guys are pizza guys?
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about what you do, Alberto.
We just make pizza. Basilico has been running for about a year now. I hope you can hear me, despite the mask.
Yeah, I can hear you.
We try to stick with authenticity when it comes to pizza. And try to use the most delicious products from Italy. Yeah.
Okay, we'll talk a little bit more about the products that you use in a while. I mean, I've tried your pizza. It's fabulous.
Thank you.
In fact, you know this as well. I nearly bought it today. I've still got one of your plates at home.
I think you still have one of these at home. Yeah, you can have it. It's fine.
And I will bring it back, but it's a nice plate. It's a nice plate.
Thank you.
Okay, so hangover foods, and I'm just going to step straight in here and say this. One of the best hangover cures is cold pizza, left over from the night before.
Definitely, yeah.
You can't beat that, can you?
Yeah. You cannot beat pizza as a cure of the hangover, cold or even reheated in your own oven.
Okay, well, we're going to do yours fresh. You're not just going to bang out yesterday's cold pizza, are you?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we have some freshly made dough that we made yesterday. It's been proving and fermenting overnight.
Okay.
And I think it's perfect to go in the oven. Yeah.
So tell me what you use to make your dough.
The dough, I've been working with different flours to come up with my dough. And at the end I decided to use 2 types of flour. One is flour type 0.
Yeah.
And then we use also flour type 1. So it's a mix of these 2 flour plus water, yeast and salt.
And how have you been getting on with flour? Because there's been like a shortage of flour, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean we have a supplier that has all the produce, so it's been very easy to get flour, but obviously there has been a shortage. So that's something that we also did here at the food hall. We set up like a bit of a stand where we are selling flour because there is a really shortage. I think what happened is the flour is there, but there is a shortage in the 1 kilo packaging. I think the manufacturing is being put on hold, or the demand skyrocketed to 75% more and than usual, and so that's what we've been doing. We've been trying to adapt ourselves and sell 1 kilo bags of flour. Basically, we get 25 kilo bags and we just bag them 1 kilo, and we've been selling loads.
Because I didn't, but someone told me that. My wife told me this. Saying it's not the flour they're short of, it's the packaging, and I didn't believe it. But it's true.
Yeah.
A masked man told me. Okay, so what are we going to cook first then, Alberto?
We're going to go through the menu that we have here at the Stratford Food Hall. I think we should start with a margherita.
Okay, classic.
And then slowly we can work through all the pizzas. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Shall we get started?
Sounds good to me. Get started, man. So I think pizza is one of the mainstays in anyone's house. If you're getting a takeaway or you just can't be bothered to cook. And here at Stratford Food Hall, they've had to diversify themselves as well. So the food hall where we are now, completely closed off to the public. They do have the convenience store, or shop as I like to call it, in the background. That stayed open as long as you're socially distant, only a certain amount of people in here at a time. But what they do is deliveries. So Bellisico, they will deliver. The guys we're going to be talking a bit later on, they will deliver. There's an app called Shokal. If you've seen that, they're doing some really great things as well, particularly around the Stretford, Trafford, Chorlton area. Alberto, where have you gone? Disappeared. Alberto's disappeared. So let's just use this.
Sorry, I'm here.
Hello.
Here.
Mate, it's freaking me out you having that bandana. I feel like you're going to rob me.
Yeah.
It's like, you know Dick Turpin?
Sorry?
Do you know Dick Turpin?
No, I don't.
Other than him being a highway robber, I don't know very much about him either. But feel free to tweet in. Tweet in if you have got any questions, by the way. Anything to do with pizza, Italian food. You'll answer anything, Alberto.
Yeah, I can answer all questions. Send them through.
So send tweet any questions that you might have for Alex. Alberto. We're on the hashtag UnitedWeStreamGM. Important you put that GM at the end. Any questions that you've got throughout the day at all for any of our cooks.
So we got the margherita in the oven. Very simple, obviously. Just peeled tomatoes, mozzarella, fior di latte, and a sprinkle of Parmesan cheese. Then we're gonna top it with some oil and fresh basil.
What's the key to getting a good bit? One of the hardest things about trying to make a pizza at home, for me, is getting the base right. Getting the toppings is okay. You get good ingredients, you put it on top, not too much.
At home, obviously the dough is the most difficult part of it. Getting the dough right and having it proving for the right amount of time. But then cooking it, the ovens that we're using are reaching 450 degrees. While the most common ovens at home, they reach maximum 250. So the risk of cooking the pizza at home is basically overcooking it and burning the toppings. A suggestion that I give often to people is to cook it in two parts. The first one, just with tomato on the dough at the bottom of your oven.
Yeah.
Then take it out after 4 minutes. Top it with mozzarella or your topping of choice, and then put it at the top of the oven for 3 minutes, so the mozzarella doesn't burn.
Nice.
Yeah.
Do you know what I saw someone doing, again, during the lockdown? It was one of these pizza places that are now doing home deliveries, but they send you the dough and the ingredients. You can build it yourself, which is now a nice thing to do with the kids. But they were suggesting that you fry in a frying pan the bottom half of the pizza and then put it under the grill and grill.
Yeah, that's another technique that can definitely work.
I've never seen that before, but that does work.
Yeah, it works as well. Yeah, half a cook. Basically, you cook the base on the frying pan and then the second cook in the oven. It can definitely work.
Okay.
Okay, I think we got the margherita ready. We're gonna top it with some oil.
Bit of olive oil.
And some fresh basil.
What's your biggest selling pizza, Alberto?
Sorry?
What's your biggest selling pizza?
I would say margherita.
Margherita,
yeah.
really?
Margherita, diavola as well, and the funghi are some of the favorites here at Stratford Food Hall.
That looks great. That does look great. I
You
like
can
a
take it
margherita.
home and you can have it cold later.
I always think though, I can never, I'm not going to be disparaging of the margherita, but if I'm in a restaurant, I can't bring myself to order one. I feel like it's got to be special, and I don't feel that unless there's loads of ingredients on top, it is special enough. Do you know what I mean by that?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
I'm not having a pop at your margherita.
What's your favorite pizza then?
My favourite pizza, there's a place in Manchester.
Last time you had a diavola, I think.
I did have a diavola, yeah, well remembered. I like spice. But one of the best pizzas I've ever mentioned, and forgive me now, I'm going to mention a competitor, but it's okay.
No, I don't mind.
We're in this together.
I think the pizza scene in Manchester is very good. You know, there are so many good restaurants and pizzerias.
Huge.
Yeah,
Well, I used to work in a restaurant called Cromer in Chiltern. Head chef there called Jules, who makes incredible pizzas. They do an aglifino, which is so no tomato, smoked haddock, poached egg. Oh,
sounds delicious.
Mate. I mean, it's not as obviously as good as your pizzas. Just to backtrack. Okay, so we're doing another pizza now, are we?
Yes. Shall we do a diavola?
Whatever you feel more comfortable with.
I think a diavola. Yes, with.
Bit diavola. Alberto, how do you say chorizo?
How do you what?
How do you pronounce chorizo?
Chorizo. But on my diavola I don't have chorizo. My diavola I have spicy spianata and andouja.
Right, for clarification, because I've had this argument a lot, how are we saying the name of that sausage?
Andouja.
Okay.
Yeah. They're both cured meats.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make it now.
Yep, you make it.
You can see.
We are doing this, of course, to help raise money across Manchester's nighttime economy. If you do want to help, if you do want to get involved, you can go to the website UnitedWeStream.co.uk. You can make a donation there. Very, very simple process. Or if you've got your phone next to you, just reach out, grab your phone, and just text 70140 to donate £5. You've got to text 70140 to donate £5.
I got Ibrahim I stretched the dough and Ibrahim is preparing the diavola so we can chat a little bit more.
Okay, yeah, let's chat a little bit more. So that accent, it's not a Stretford accent, is it?
My accent?
Yeah.
No. I'm Italian, of course.
Where are you from?
From Milano.
From Milan?
Yeah.
And now you're here in Stretford?
In Stratford, yeah. I've been living in Manchester for about, I think, 9-10 years now.
What was the move? What was the reason for the move? Was it love?
No, it wasn't love, but no, actually it was. It was. It
It's
was
always love.
No, it was love for music that brought me here. Yeah.
What a beautiful thing to say.
I lived in London first, and then I decided to move to Manchester, drawn by the vibrant music scene.
Because you used to be a music agent.
I still am. Yeah. I still am. Yeah.
And so why make the jump from music to food?
I've always been passionate being Italian about food,
Of course.
and always loved pizza. And about a year ago, I decided to put the passion into something real and concrete, and I decided to start Basilico. Yeah, exactly about 1 year ago. Yeah, I think we're gonna celebrate our first birthday in 1 week.
Oh no, birthday lockdown.
Monday, 25th of May.
Okay, that's my wedding anniversary.
Oh, okay, nice.
Yeah, there's no other relevance there. I had my birthday in lockdown last week.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
How was it?
Do you know what? It was all right because it's kind of like there was no pressure because you haven't got to choose where to go. You've not got to make sure you're having a nice time because you're just trapped with your kids. They made more of an effort. Yeah, it was lovely. It was all right. So I'm sure your first anniversary will be just as good.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be. I mean, we're gonna be here at Stratford Food Hall trading.
So we'll be able to get orders on the anniversary.
Yeah, on the 25th we are also gonna run like a 50% off the whole menu.
What?
As a celebration of our birthday. Yeah.
That's my kind
both
of
for collection
celebration.
and deliveries.
Okay, so don't forget, May 25th, it's the first anniversary of Basilico.
Basilico?
Yeah, I'm getting there. So if you want to help, then just order some food from them. It's as simple as that. That really is one of the best ways to help any of these people, you know. A lot of restaurants and bars, they're obviously closed, but they're diversifying. They're opening, they're doing takeaways, they're doing home delivery kits. There's been some great stuff being done. Have you had any home deliveries from anywhere else?
Home deliveries in terms of kits?
Yeah, well, no, from just anything. So.
Oh yeah, in terms of takeaways.
Yeah.
I've been trying to stick to a routine of one takeaway per week.
Ooh, that's been strict.
I just had what was it? Last night I had the fish and chips
Where
with
from?
my daughter. It was from Disbury, Foster's.
Foster's.
I cannot remember the name right now.
Yeah, I know it.
But it was delicious. Yeah,
very nice. How old's your daughter?
She's 5. Yeah.
And how does she understand the lockdown?
Sorry, she understands the lockdown. Yeah.
It's difficult, though, isn't it?
It's difficult for kids. Yeah. I would say that the lockdown is being really affecting her. Yeah, her routine in particular.
I mean, I can't speak for you, but my kids are doing my head in. Honestly.
Mine too. Yeah.
I mean, I love them dearly, but my God.
Here is the diavola. Can you see it?
Can see. Sadly, that's all I can do. And
you can take this one home as well, and have it cold later.
I'm taking everything. I'm going to go around and scoop everything up. But I can vouch for that pizza. That is a winner. Bit of fire in there, but not too fiery. We're going to do pizza now. I'm going to move you on to the third. We're just going to keep you working. But you made a pizza specially for people in Stretford.
Yeah.
I love this. Tell us about that, please, Alberto.
Yeah, I wanted to name a pizza after Stratford, and I had honestly I had no idea where to start. So I had a little walk outside the mall, and I found that there are some sort of signs on the ground explaining the history of Stratford. And the first one that I found was a sign about rhubarb. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right.
Say again.
Rhubarb.
Oh, you say that better than most people in the UK.
Okay. So I found out that Stratford was famous for rhubarb. Rhubarb. Sorry,
rhubarb.
Got it wrong now. So I went back home and I decided to top a pizza with rhubarb. I tried it and it was awful.
Awful.
Yeah. It didn't really match, you know. So I came back here. I kept thinking. And I found out outside the mall another sign that was telling the story about Stratford. And there was a mention, apparently Stratford was originally nicknamed as Porkhampton.
Porkhampton, yeah, correct.
Yeah. So I thought, okay, let's forget about the rhubarb and let's try with pork sausage.
Nice.
And then I kept thinking and I wanted to add extra toppings. And given the fact that Manchester United are playing up the road, I decided to choose 3 toppings, 3 red toppings to represent the local football team, and that's the Stratford.
Do you follow Manchester United?
No, I'm an AC Milan fan.
AC Milan?
AC Milan.
Okay, good choice.
Thank you.
So just in case people didn't know, I just want to go back to this point about Stratford and rhubarb. It was known as Stratford beef.
Exactly.
Stratford beef.
Yeah, Stratford beef.
So years ago, over 100 years ago, Stratford was known, and I've heard Stratford called a lot of things in my time, but it was called by a journalist way back when as the Garden of Lancashire. How beautiful is that for Stratford, the Garden of Lancashire? And that's because there's loads of veg was grown here, and they used to supply 500 tons of veg.
Wow.
Every week for the Manchester markets. 500 tons.
Wow, that's a lot.
Incredible,
a lot,
man.
Veg.
And then it was famous for pigs, which is why they called it Porkhampton.
Porkhampton, yeah.
Which isn't quite as beautiful as the Garden of Lancashire, but it's got a certain ring to it. And famous for black puddings. People associate it with Bury now, but back in the day, Stratford's black puddings. I'm saying they were nice. It was 100 years ago, I don't know. Never tasted them. Andrew Nutter's in the background. We'll talk to him later. He's shaking his head as if I've got something wrong there. But we won't dwell on that. All right, Nutter. be hearing from Andrew a little bit later on. So can we do the Stretford
The
pizza?
Stretford, yes, we get going.
Got a couple of questions as well, Alberto, coming in on Twitter. If you do have any questions regarding pizza.
Any question, yeah?
Yeah, we've got a question. Are you ready for a question?
Yeah.
All right. Seob says, hi Seob, what advantages does a pizza oven bring to the table as opposed to cooking in your home oven?
Can you repeat it, please?
Yes,
I didn't hear you.
I can repeat that. What advantages does a pizza oven bring to the table as opposed to cooking in your home oven?
Well, it's definitely, as I was saying before, the temperature. Having an oven that reaches a high temperature, 400, 450 degrees, just to cook it much quicker and better. You know, what you risk in cooking at home is having like a very dry pizza where all its moisture is lost.
Are those we're thinking of getting a pizza oven for the garden. Are they any good?
Yeah, there are a couple of good ovens. I think one is called Rockbox.
What's it called?
Rockbox.
Okay.
And then another one is called Uni, perfect for your garden.
Bullet.
Uni.
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 Okay.
We're gonna get going with the Stretford, yeah? Which is topped, I have Ibrahim that is helping me right now. And as we said, I mean, it's a white base pizza with fior di latte, fior d'Agerola. And then we're gonna add some pork sausage, some red pesto, if I can find it. Where is it? Yeah.
We've had a tweet from Donna McGrath, Alberto, just saying how much she loves your pizzas.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Donna. She can't wait to get back into the Stretford food hall to eat it, apparently.
So, as I said before, with the Stretford, I decided to use pork sausage and then 3 red toppings to represent Manchester United. So I opted for some red cherry tomatoes, red pesto, and then some smoked paprika.
Okay. How important is ingredients to you, Alberto?
Very important. I try to stick with all Italian produce, as much organic food as we can. And it's very important, yeah, I try to use all the best products, yeah, as I say, from Italy, but it's very important, yeah. From the dough, the tomato, the mozzarella, I just try to stick with the best I can, yeah.
Tell you what I've noticed about Italian produce, particularly tinned tomatoes, is how beautiful the cans always look.
Yeah.
Like in this country, you just get a picture of a tomato to say it's a tomato, but they're always quite artistic, aren't they? Quite nice.
Yeah, no, they're really nice. Yeah, this is the tomatoes that I use. They are from Naples, and is this family-run business called Casa Marrazzo, and they invest as much energies on the produce as the design as well. You know, I think they think it's very important, and they look beautiful. Yeah.
Crying out for Jamie Oliver to put a board on top of it and chuck some meat on. He loves that, doesn't he? How long till the Stretford?
I think 30 seconds,
yeah.
More than that. Yeah.
I tried to make pizzas not so long ago with a guy called Maurizio from Selby's, who we'll hear from later. And he was trying to teach me how to make traditional Neapolitan pizza. And the thing that I didn't realise would be the hardest is getting the shape. Once the dough's ready and it's been proved, is making the shape and not ripping it. I really struggled with that.
Yeah, it's difficult. You need to be very careful because obviously during the 24 hours of proving, the dough, there is lots of air in the dough. And if you start touching it too much, you lose all the precious air that you want in the dough. So you need to be very, very careful when you stretch it.
So let's come out the oven. Talk us through what you've got there. Are you happy with the results?
Here is a Stretford, yeah?
Yeah.
I'll put it up here.
Gotta stand up again.
Come and have a look. Did you try this one yet?
Have I tried it?
Yeah.
I've tried it in the past, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I've worked my way through your menu, Alberto. I've tried
Amazing.
a lot. Okay, just going to check to see if there are any more questions coming in. Don't forget, if you've got a question for Alberto or anyone else this afternoon, the hashtag is hashtag UnitedWeStreamGM. Go to their Twitter page, which is @StreamGM. And if you want to donate, because this is all about raising money, I mean, this is great. We're teaching you how to cook different things so you can get rid of your hangover that you've inevitably got. But we are trying to raise money for Greater Manchester's nighttime economy. You can go to the website, which is UnitedWeStream.co.uk, or you can text 70140. Text 70140 to donate £5.
Shall we make another one?
Listen, we've got about 9 minutes, so I think, yeah, let's make another one.
Yeah.
How long does it take from start to finish to make a pizza, Alberto?
A couple of minutes, really. We stretch it and we top it with tomato, mozzarella, and if the oven is very, very hot, 450 degrees, it can take 1 minute or 90 seconds to cook it.
1 minute or 90 seconds? Yeah, some restaurants I go to, I've got to wait about an hour and a half.
What shall I make? I'll show
Only
you
joking, pizza restaurants.
how to stretch the dough. You were talking about how difficult it is to stretch it.
Yeah.
And you need to be very gentle, you see? The dough is, no, you cannot see everything from there, but you need to push the hair to the side without touching it too much.
So I know that you guys sell flour and produce. Have you seen a rise in people buying it since the lockdown?
Oh yeah, definitely. I think, as we were saying before, there has been a great shortage of flour. There's been such a shortage of flour that, yeah, it's been up and up. I would say we've been selling like 30 bags per day. Oh.
Really?
Yeah.
It's incredible, isn't it? That there's people I know that don't know how they're going to be able to get to sleep at night because they haven't got any flour, but they've never baked before. But all of a sudden, everybody wants to bake, which is a good thing.
Yeah, it seems like everybody is using that time to improve their baking habits. Yeah, and I've been receiving lots of photos of people, baking bread, making their own pizza, or using it for pasta, cakes. It's amazing.
Banana bread. I don't think there's ever been so much banana bread made in this country, ever.
Yeah.
A lot of people making banana bread.
Yeah. Banana bread, yeah. I love it.
Do you?
Yeah, it's really good, yeah.
Okay, so where are we up to with this then?
We're doing fungi now, and I'll make another one. I'll make a basilico.
Okay. Rebecca Moss has tweeted Roberto saying can't wait to get back in and eat the pizza at Stretford Food Hall. Colin McKevitz. Great question, this Colin. Wish I'd have thought of it myself. Alberto, we're going to have to just, if you don't mind, just get a little bit serious.
Yes.
Heavy question, I know it's only early and we're thinking about hangovers, but can I just ask what are your views on pineapple on pizza?
Pineapple on pizza?
Don't hold back, man. I want to hear what you think, what you feel.
It's not on my menu.
No.
But I got nothing against it. I think there is a place, for each kind of pizza,
Okay, and where's the place for?
That's a place. It's not on my menu. But
I don't know.
I'm not completely against pineapple on pizza.
I think
it's good, but it's definitely not authentic Italian pizza.
No, of course not. I always used to be opposed to. Because working in a pizza restaurant, there was, I've already said the name, but there was a little bit of snobbery around it. So if anyone ever asked, can we have pineapple on it? It was like we don't do pineapple. But actually now, I've changed my tune. I love pineapple on a pizza.
Do you?
The guy who invented the Hawaiian died, I think about 2 years ago. So it was all over the news at the time. And I thought, you know what, I'm going to try it again. And I loved it. Can't get enough of it now.
You won't find it here.
You're being very diplomatic.
No, I'm not diplomatic. I don't want to be like an Italian pizza snob,
Yeah,
I think there is a place for any kind of pizza. Yeah.
What's the worst pizza you've ever had, Alberto?
I don't think I ever had a bad pizza.
Oh, there's no such thing
There
as
is
a
a
bad
place
pizza.
for any kind of pizza. Here is the fungi mushroom pizza. Pronto così? Sì.
Oh, they look good. I just want to. It's so unfair that we can't eat them. Okay, so we've got another quick question for you here, Alberto, if that's okay. This is from Maya. Hello, Maya. She says, we've got some leftover risotto. Oh, great question. Got some leftover risotto. Any tips for arancini?
Ooh, I'm not big on arancini because I'm from the north of Italy, from Milano, and arancini is typically a dish from the south, from Sicily. So I'm not very clued up on it.
Oh, well, that's fair enough. So, Maya, the answer is no. No tips for your risotto. Google it. I think a lot of people don't realise that as well. It's the same with Indian food, but Italian food is a very broad term, isn't it? Because it's so regional. There's little villages and towns that might not even have heard of something else that someone's doing in the south. It's so unique.
Oh yeah, definitely. Every region, every province has a different kind of, cuisine. So different that even for myself, that I'm Italian, I'm from Milano, I don't know some dishes that are prepared in Sicily or Calabria, Puglia. Yeah, it's crazy. My mom, one day, she gave me she bought me this, it's kind of like an Italian map with all type of pasta on it. And I was shocked when I realized that I never heard of some type of pasta that were on that map.
There's an absolute phenomenal amount of pasta. What's your favourite pasta? What's your favourite pasta?
Penne, I love penne.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Hungry Manx tweeted, hello Hungry Manx, how you doing? All right, mate. He's off to make a bull shot, which is what I'd be very careful how I say that. He's off to make a bull shot, which is what Robbo and Brown were making for us earlier. Kind of beefy Bloody Mary.
Here we got another one, the basilico.
So what's the basilico?
The basilico is tomato, Tajasque olives, pine nuts, and lots of basil.
Okay. Right, we're going to be coming to the end of this in just a moment. So just to remind people, if anyone want to order your food or get involved or try any of the pieces, what's the best way to be getting it at the moment?
Well, the best way is to come in store here at the Stratford Food Hall. We are still open, but we are adapting to the situation. There is like a really good system of social distancing in place, and so you can come and collect in store. If you cannot, we can deliver it through Uber Eats or Shocal to your door.
Yeah, Shocal are doing good things, aren't they?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for answering the questions. I'm sorry that Maya asked you a question that you didn't have the answer to. Selfish. There's just one more though. Have you got one more question? Rebecca Moss. Thanks for your question, Rebecca. Appreciate it. She says, please could you ask what they use on the garlic bread because it's epic.
Oh, the garlic bread. That's a recipe that my colleague Fabrizio has been giving me. It's basically just lots of garlic, some butter and some parsley. And basically we mash everything together and making a spreadable garlic bread that we put on our pizza dough. Very nice, it's tasty, yeah.
I do love a bit of garlic bread. Never understand the people that have it as a starter though. When you're going to have a bread starter followed by a pizza. Which is
That's
bread.
a bit funny one, yeah.
It seems odd. Right, lovely. Thank you very much, Alberto. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us, and good luck with everything, man. I hope
Thank you so
once all
much.
this dies out, it all works out okay.
Grazie.
Don't forget, we are live until 4:30 this afternoon, live from the Stretford Food Hall in Stretford. If you want to donate, we're raising money for the hospitality industry, the nighttime economy, all across Greater Manchester. Two ways you can do this. You can visit the website, which is UnitedWeStream.co.uk, or you can text 70140. That is to donate £5. Do it now.
Thank you for tuning in today to United We Stream and watching Manchester's Food and Drink Festival. It's fantastic that everybody's come together to collaborate on this. But whilst you're watching this, we did set this up to entertain people, but please don't forget the main reason why we set this up, and that's to help people who are really vulnerable at the moment across our city region. So please remember to donate, whether it's £1, £2, £3. We need as many of you to donate today as possible. Thank you.
from the Stretford Food Hall in the Stretford Arndale in Stretford. My name's Matt White, with you this afternoon until 4:30 with a host of chefs from across Greater Manchester who are going to be sharing with you their recipes, their top tips for the best hangover breakfast. I mean, what, it's nearly 1:05. So realistically, you could just be rolling out of bed. You had a heavy night last night in the kitchen listening to your Prodigy albums, and now we're going to show you how to get rid of that hangover. Coming up very soon, something very exciting actually. We're going to be leaving temporarily the Stretford Food Hall and going across to Rachel Stockley, who you'll know from Barachuri. Rachel is going to be doing some tapas on the barbecue, and it looks like we're about to have a lovely week as well, so that may come in handy. Now though, let's go over to, in a very bright shirt.
Hey, can I tell you about the shirt?
Tell me about the shirt.
First ever TV shot I ever wore, and I can still get in it, just about.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, by the way, this is Andrew Nutter. Doesn't need much of an introduction, but gets upset if you don't introduce him.
Right, what we're doing, we're going to do two dishes for you. One which is based on almost a classic barbecue twist, and then the second one is based on the most ultimate hangover cure, which is a souffle omelette. It's spot on, mate. You're going to enjoy this.
What? A classic hangover cure? Souffle omelette? That's not a classic.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's in the morning, you're throwing things in the pan, you want something a bit more, want something a bit more, and this is a souffle omelette which is going to wow. It's literally foolproof. I have actually sent all the ingredients out on social media as well, so if there are people cooking along, I'll try and keep it sort of on point, rolling. So if anyone has any questions about anything, just fire them up and we're going to get started. So what we're going to do is start off with a salmon dish. So this is salmon with bacon, ginger, spring onions, and a beautiful, almost like the zingy lemon coriander mixture, which is absolutely beautiful. But first thing we need to do is deal with our salmon. We've got 2 pieces of salmon here. These are actually just bought from the local supermarket with some streaky bacon. And what we're going to do first of all is take the skin off our salmon. So literally take your salmon, put your knife on one side, and then run your knife. You could actually do this just straight into a barbecue, but we're just going to use it straight into our frying pan. And what you do is then get your bacon, and then wrap it all the way. So it's almost like you're making a pigs in a blanket, but with salmon inside of it. And you may think it's weird, a combination with just salmon roasted off with bacon. Oh my Lord, when you taste this, it's absolutely beautiful. Now the reason why I'm using streaky bacon as opposed to back is because there's extra fat in there as well. You can see all that nicely all laid like that. Bit of olive oil in your pan. And what we're going to do is get our salmon with the bacon around really, really crispy, right? And then we're actually going to make a beautiful parcel. So that's going to get frying away. We're going to make our beautiful little parcel now. So I say our classic combination, ginger, spring onion. It takes me back to when I was 13 years old.
How long ago was that?
A few years ago, right? 13 years old at the Savoy Hotel in London, where I was taking part in the Junior Cook of the Year competition. My dish was a chicken dish with ginger and spring onions, which had been inspired by a work placement at school at the Yang Sing restaurant in Manchester.
No way.
So we're talking about Harry, we're talking in the kitchen, teaching me all these top tips.
Amazing.
And for me as a 13-year-old to go in that kitchen, it was literally one of the most awesome experiences ever. Imagine all the Chinese folk, all on the woks, firing lots of fire, lots of heat. And it was just something like that just got me inspired in the kitchen. And it was this flavour combination with ginger and spring onions, which just literally won me through. All we do now is thin little strips of these. So if you're doing the cook along, are you all up with me? Are you keeping up?
I'm sure they are. I'm not.
Should have cooked along. Well, you could have done the cook along. You could have had the same ingredients as me like that, couldn't we?
Yeah, I mean, we should have
It gets a bit
talked about that
complicated,
before,
doesn't it? Right, check on our salmon now at this point. Oh my Lord, that looks amazing. Look at that. Love the golden streakiness of bacon. There's nothing worse than bacon which isn't fried really, really on a high heat to get crispy. Because soggy bacon is just like, it's just the worst hangover food.
Oh,
you
man.
need it golden, you need it crispy, you need proper bacon.
Palomar used to do their bacon in the microwave,
Oh,
so
come
it
on,
didn't
man.
crisp, and it would come out and it would just be like a flip-flop.
Now, while I've been on lockdown, doing my weekly shop, bit of interesting information is when you actually buy bacon and see the amount of water content that is actually pumped into our bacon. Even though you think it says like Tesco Finest or I'll do the best and whatever, this is like some bacon is actually 78% meat, the rest of it is just brine. So that's when you put that bacon in the pan, it oozes out. Instead of frying it, it just stews.
Yep.
So use a decent butcher, use a good quality bacon, and you're laughing.
Ingredients.
Just one. Can we just stop things? You've got a beer here. What's going on? I've not even been offered one here, mate. Seriously.
Someone just before you walked in, someone said, "Don't give you a drink."
That's right. So I came prepared.
You bought your own beer, yeah.
Yeah. I had to bring it in my ice pot. You know, my little designer ice pot there.
Mate, you're not taking this very seriously. You wouldn't get this on Sunday brunch.
Wait, I'm not being funny, right? I'm stuck in a house all by myself. I literally just rattle around in the house.
I
right?
can't
What's wrong
imagine
with
being stuck in a house with you, Andrew. How have you been finding lockdown, pal? What have you been doing to pass the time? You've been doing a lot of
I've been doing a lot of these cook-alongs, which have been quite good fun.
And how are people being receptive to them? It feels
Oh, they're
like
loving
people
them.
are really
Literally.
getting on board.
It's more for me, it's the interaction with people. So as I say, I'm stuck in the house by myself. I'm like doing all the isolation rules and this and that. You'll do your once a week shop. And then literally, I'll just find what's in my cupboard.
Grey Goose.
And then you're finding like herbs from like 1988 and stuff like that.
Yeah,
It's
I
just
mentioned that.
It's just like mad, you know. But it's like things that you're doing in lockdown, like just finding shirts in the back of the wardrobe and stuff like that. It's quite mad. But these cook-alongs, it's more like the interaction of things.
Yeah.
And originally when we were just about to go on the lockdown, we were doing all these take-out little bags. So you did then the cook-along, came to a restaurant, bought the ingredients for 40 quid, meal for 2, bottle of wine, cooking book and all that was involved. And it was all a bit of a laugh, you know. But then all of a sudden things got a bit serious, and then we had to think about what was going on. Right, next little step is tinfoil parcel.
Okay, so just talk us through, what have we got out here on the plate?
So at the moment, that's our seared salmon, right? It's still a little bit pink in the middle of salmon, right? So what we're going to do is just finish it off in our little parcel. So we're going to put a bit of spinach on there. We're going to put our ginger. Bit of spring onion.
Yeah, we just had a tweet here from Salvies in Manchester who simply say, "Love Andrew Nutter, such a lovely guy."
Oh.
What, they're after something in there.
No, we did a cook-along night of the week.
Did you?
Me and Sienna, the young lady, she's 12 years old, she is.
Ona Maurizio's
I don't
daughter.
know how she coped with me though, because I was literally a bit little merry. I got a bit merry on the programme. Right, so back to our parcel. We've got spinach, ginger, spring onions. We're now going to put our salmon on that parcel. Oh my lord, this is looking incredible already. Bit of Lee & Perrin sauce. Okay, now we're going to put a bit of lemon in there. You can put lime in if you haven't got this. And this is ideal. Apparently it's going to be nice on Tuesday, Wednesday. Nice barbecue this, which is ideal. So you seal off the salmon beforehand. Put on all the moist ingredients.
Okay.
And then literally to the point where you're about to, almost like 4 minutes away from serving this up, you put this on the coals and you just finish off the cooking of it, because it will then steam in its own juices, you see. So, a bit more ginger on top. And all we're doing now is form this into a little parcel. So we've got that. Get this nice and laid in there. Look at that bacon on that salmon though. It's, wow.
It's incredible, man.
And the thing is as well, it's almost as though like, it's just on point to that pink point of just being slightly bit pink in the middle.
Now this is something that worries a lot of people though. I know, like, people like my mother who won't eat beef unless it's absolutely cremated. I think with fish, people are a little bit more dubious, aren't they, about it being slightly under.
Well, to be honest, I then turn around and say, what happens when you eat sushi then? Because that's almost like completely raw. So it's that way. But as long as that fish is fresh, you see the programs like Rick Stein or like Gary Rhodes and all that in the day, and he would then be using fish straight from the ocean, almost served sashimi style. I've been to China, which is an absolute amazing experience years and years back, where you actually caught your fish and it was served up then 3 ways. One as sushi, one as sashimi, and one as actually cooked sea bass. It was absolutely insane.
Ooh, nice.
Right, this is going to go into the oven now, literally for about two minutes. Can you hold the fork for 2 secs there, big boy?
I can hold the fork for 2 secs. So don't forget why we're doing this, please. Very important. I just can't reiterate this enough. This United We Stream has been set up to try and help, try and support the hospitality industry. Sasha Lord has been instrumental in getting this going, so great work done by Sasha, and great work done by everyone that supported this cause so far. Loads of money has been raised. We still want to raise a little bit more. Go to the website unitedwestream.co.uk and donate. And to donate £5, you can also text 70140. How was that, Andrew? Did I hold fort all right?
Absolutely perfect.
Thank you, mate.
Right, we're back now. We haven't even washed this pan out that we cooked this salmon in. All the flavours in there, right? So there's bacon flavours, there's all juices in there. We're going to throw in some asparagus out, English asparagus. We've just chopped all the woody bits off the ends. It's lifted from the soup, not getting a bit dry. And we've got here some parboiled Jersey roll potatoes. Absolutely beautiful. In season right now, so if you can get hold of them, they're absolutely fantastic. Cheshire potatoes as well, they're in season right now.
Asparagus is big for you, Andrew, isn't it? Don't you have a race every year to be the
Yeah,
first
and I always win.
Tell us a little bit about that.
It's the first person to get the asparagus, new season asparagus, onto someone's dinner plates in the restaurant. So there's using myself and Simon Stanley who go head to head. And I've been winning for every single year, you know. It's just like, it's embarrassing that it has to take part in it, you know.
When's it start? When's asparagus season start?
It's in March, May, April. It depends on the weather.
Yeah.
It's generally March, April, May, you know. And you can go later on into June, and you get a second hit later on in the year. So lots of salt and pepper going in this pan. Salt there.
Smells good, mate.
I wouldn't usually use these things, but I didn't have any others. The things I find in my house, you see, it's amazing. I found a woman's pair of shoes the other day. I was like, where the hell did they come from? So they must have left at my house then, and a pair of knickers.
I've seen your house, mate. It's like some sort of weird museum you find in Amsterdam.
Oh, this is so much fun. I've not seen anyone. It's nice to see you, like, within, like, I don't see anyone.
And you're quite a sociable guy as well, aren't you?
Yeah,
Is it,
and the thing is,
you,
and it kind of annoys me in a way, because when they do this clap along on Thursday, I have no neighbours. Like, so also what has happened is like that, people have seen the crap I've been eating as well. Because it's alright when you're making it for your family and get appreciation back, oh well done, that was delicious.
Yeah.
I just look at things in the fridge and it's like, can I be bothered to cook? So the other week, right, I got out and got this, it's a roast in the bag, ready chicken, right?
Okay.
It was closing down in the supermarket, so it's like they reduced it like to £1.50.
Oh, I love a sticker.
Feeds five people. So I've also bought a tray of chops as well. Absolutely, yeah.
Chicken and chops for your dinner?
Tray of chops, right. So literally, add a few to drink in the afternoon. But you know what? Read the instructions, put the chicken down, put it onto the tray and threw it in the oven, right? About an hour in, it takes 1 hour and a half. I start smelling this burning plastic smell. I'm like, surely that's not right, that you know, because it says roast in the bag. I'd only put the chicken on the tray of chops and put the whole lot in the oven. I opened the oven to burning plastic. The lamb chops were then broiled under the sediments of fat chicken sat on top of it. And I just look at myself like, this is why people like go mad, you know.
So for anyone watching at home, this is Andrew Nutter, who we are taking cooking tips from this afternoon.
Right, I'm just going to grab a salmon. I literally will be 20 seconds.
Okay, mate. So just in case you don't recognise the background, if you're looking at this at home, we are in Stretford Food Hall. Disclaimer, it's my favourite place in Manchester. I live around the corner. Perfect for me, and I miss it dearly, so this is nice just to be here. What's this?
So your spinach is now wilted, your spring onions have gone all nice and gooey, Jersey rolls, asparagus on the side, and that is part one of our brunch feast. English asparagus, Jersey rolls, seared salmon, bacon, ginger spring onion. Enjoy!
I like it.
Right,
do that again. I liked it there.
Enjoy!
We'll get that printed on t-shirts.
So that's all that sorted for that. Oh, a bit of Parmesan cheese as well, that'd be quite nice. There we go. Right, second little step is the souffle omelette. Now this is a bad boy omelette. This is just the best omelette.
But as soon as you mention the word souffle, I just start
panicking. No. The reason why it's called souffle is because it rises. It's like the Montgolfier Balloon Brothers when you actually do a soup dish. Have you ever done it with soup in a bowl with puff pastry on? And then the heat of the soup pushes the puff pastry so it forms like the Montgolfier balloon.
Yeah. I've never done it, but I'm aware
do you know about the process of that? It's like a traditional lobster bisque, right? Yes. You do that en croûte and it puffs up like this balloon and it's beautiful, yeah. Right, so what we need to do now is find some bowls. See, this was another thing as well. I don't have any bowls in my house. So I'm literally hunting around like finding some sort of IKEA fruit bowl or something like that.
You're one of the top chefs, I'd say, in the country, Andrew, and you haven't got any bowls in your house.
Because I don't cook at home.
What do you eat at home?
I just drink at home.
Responsibly. You must eat at home. What do
No,
you
because
mean?
I always cook at the restaurant. I'm always working.
Oh, yeah, I suppose you are.
And on times when I'm not then eating, I eat at the restaurant, I'm in the restaurants in Manchester.
Monday Club.
Oh my God, Monday Club. Oh,
For anyone that doesn't know Andrew, or what Monday Club is, Andrew does work very hard. You're one of the hardest working men I've ever known. But every Monday without fail, that's when you have a night out.
Well, it starts off in the afternoon.
Yeah.
You generally start about 4 o'clock in my house.
Yeah.
So I'll invite a few mates round. You have a few drinks, then swim into Manchester. And then you put it on social media where you are.
And everyone avoids it. Mate, they do. It's chaos. I've had a night out with you. It's chaos.
So it starts off, right? So there'll be 2 or 3 people join. And you have a few drinks. And then you always tip the bar staff, right?
Of course you do.
They look after you, always tip them. That's the golden rule. Then you literally move on to the next bar. Same thing happens again. But at this point, it's like the Pied Piper because you picked up another 4 people. You always tip then the bar staff. You move on to the next place. And then the bars love it because they're generating so much fun and activity. On a Monday early evening when there would normally be no one in, they'll look after you, but you always look after the bar team. And it's got to be that kind of bit of a iconic thing within Manchester that then goes on. And if you don't tip the bar team, then literally you're out and you're not invited back here again. So that's the way it works. Right, so little process that's just been happening. We've separated the yolks and the whites, okay? And this is the moment where the souffle element comes in. Actually, before we do that, I'm just going to get some bacon frying in our pan because there's nothing better than your hangover cure is to have some bacon element, whether it's streaky bacon, or we've just got here some pancetta. Now, the reason why I love using pancetta is because it oozes out lots of fat, and that is flavour in our souffle omelette.
That means flavour.
Yeah. So you can quite rust it with this. So have you been up to much there, Matt, or are you...
Mate, you know we're on a stream, don't you? It's not... What have you been up to then? It's no time for small talk, Andrew.
But I've not seen you in ages, mate.
I know, mate. Do you know what? I
wasn't going to do this gig, you know, until I got told that you were presenting it.
Oh, really? Oh, well, that's nice.
No.
Yeah, it's been okay. We, in the fortunate position that just as lockdown happened, we were redoing our kitchen, so we haven't got a kitchen.
You haven't got a kitchen?
Nah, not at the moment, not really, because it was due to be built, but that obviously had to stop. So I've put on about a stone, because all we're eating is...
I think that's why I found the shirt, but it's like...
Yeah, I've gone for the baggiest thing I could find today. I thought, I'm not... Especially I'm sat down, just rolling over.
Right, our bacon now, the lardons are then frying. Okay, that's your traditional pancetta cut. And I say, oil will fly out that. If you need a bit more oil, just throw that in. And then we're going to throw some onions in. While this is there cooking, we're going to then whip up the egg whites. Okay, this is the point if you've got family members around your house or in the lockdown situation, you get them to actually whisk them up, or of course you use the machine.
Nice action, mate.
Check on the bacon. So what you're looking for, it's almost again light and fluffy. Now this recipe, or this method, is one passed down to me by my mother. And this is the only way we would actually eat omelettes in the house if there was a souffle omelette.
Oh, really?
They are so amazing.
I've never had a souffle omelette, Andrew, I'll be honest with you.
Have you ever had one of these before?
No. And I don't think I'm going to get it today either, am I?
I'll show you the machine tonight.
So I know both of your parents were into food, weren't they?
My dad started pasta 3 years ago. He was a butcher.
Yeah.
And then my mum was a home economics teacher.
Oh, really?
Queen Elizabeth Grammar School taught him. And I did a nice little thing yesterday where I drove past the house, gave her a wave, and she's holding up a sign saying, "Gin, please," like literally waving it frantically at me at the window.
I saw that. Did you see that?
I literally, she's called Jean, by the way, Jean mother.
Hi, Jean. Hi, Andrew's mum. You must have the patience of a saint.
I say it's taken a bit of a while, but it's like, at home you would have used mixers and all that.
Yeah. Fine, take the time, mate. We've got all day.
What?
So what's your favourite hangover cure? 'Cause I can't imagine
bacon. Anything with bacon.
Yeah, bacon, man.
Bacon. Going back to what happened before, people on social media see me in a bit of a meltdown with food and stuff. And the Drunken Butcher, there was Lottie, there was She's done an amazing polenta cake. I forgot what my name is now. Sybil, so it might be Sybil, yeah. And so they done me the ultimate care package. It was amazing. It was absolutely, and they shipped it across to me. And I just woke up in the morning, went down, and it was there on my doorstep. I got a whole thing from Open Shores Snacks, pork scratchings. They'd seen me in despair.
Oh, I saw that.
Salt and vinegar squares and then cream eggs. It was just like...
Mate, that's living,
I had a few packets and then donate them to food bank because it'd be a bit like... Be a bit guilty and all that stuff. Right, so back to our pan now, right? So pancetta is in the pan. 8 goats are here. Bit of salt and pepper. Okay. Salt. It's that stupid thing. There it is. Now this is a point where you get a spatula in here, work it round, and then you take some of that egg white that you whisked up, and then mix that in. Okay, so it's all beautiful and creamy. Then the next bit is you fold now this carefully in, so that's the remainder of your egg whites now. So this is the ultimate brunch omelette. This it's like folding this through, all like that, and then into your pan there.
Smelling good. It's smelling good.
Place this. So the idea is behind this, you start it off on the stove, and then you just finish it under a hot grill or oven. Okay, and this is the point where now we can add anything you want to this, right? We've got a couple of cheeses here. One of which is charcoal cheddar. The second of which is my guilty cheese pleasure, and it's called Innkeeper's Choice, right?
Okay.
It's a cheddar cheese with pickled onions, right? And it's absolutely beautiful.
Pickled onions inside the cheese?
In the cheddar cheese,
Oh, mate, I don't
mate.
like things in my cheese.
It's so dirty. No, it's dirty, mate.
But just have a pickled onion next to your cheese. Don't have it inside.
So this is now going to sprinkle on the top. So quiet here, isn't it?
Yeah,
I'm used to audience whooping me and cheering me and like,
No,
can you add to that effect when I present it, please? Because otherwise I'm feeling a bit like
It is
lonely,
quiet.
isn't it?
But someone should have mentioned to you, we're in a
Can we have
lockdown.
some tinned applause? Would that be nice? Can someone get some? Can you find it on your phone?
Mate, I'm not not your personal assistant. I'll get you a round of applause.
Not a needs a power trip, you know.
Right.
Look at this now, coming through.
Take your time, because I'm trying to Google clapping.
I'm not that obsessed, mate, with it.
You are, you are. I'll get it ready for when it's ready.
So what we're going on now, we've got here some fresh coriander, fresh basil if you want, spinach red arm. Oh, this is going to be amazing.
Look at you, mate. This is like, can't cook, won't cook.
This is when you use all little bits of putting in your fridge. You might have a bit of leftover sausage the night before, or like a bit of steak maybe that you can chop up, throw it in. It's all about the leftover stuff that you can put then on the top here. Right, what we're going to check on it now is the cooking of it on the side. Do you like my little spoon there? This is in your honour there, Matt.
What is that, spoon?
Ooh, saucy.
Ooh, saucy. Why is it in my honour?
I don't know. This is going to be amazing. See, so imagine, right, when you're cooking normally, just 3 eggs in that pan.
Yeah.
This is literally like rising and bubbling, right? I'm going to throw that under the grill for literally about 30 seconds.
Marvellous, don't forget, like if you're watching this all continuously, it may seem like I'm constantly asking you to donate, but don't forget that is the real reason that we're here. It's very nice to see Andrew cooking some food, but we are here to try and help raise money to support the nighttime economy in Manchester during these times. During these times, that's the phrase I'm trying to get out of saying. Turbulent. That's another thing I'm trying to stop saying. Very turbulent times. How long have we got on this, Andrew?
How long do you want it to be?
Well, it'd be nice if 3 minutes.
3 minutes. I'll have it ready in 3 minutes.
So have you tried anyone else's takeaway stuff? Any delivery boxes? Any eat-at-home kits?
No, I don't just do my own stuff to it.
I will only eat my own food.
No, I didn't mean it like that. It's just, I live like, it's not like they're going to deliver a meal for one, is it? It's like, that's the difference.
Yeah, I suppose.
I'm not expecting everyone to get this violin out for me, because I know everyone else is in worse conditions than I am. But
however, mate, everyone's case is different, though, isn't it? It's not
Yeah.
nice being on your own. You can have two.
Okay,
kids.
so we're just making a little calabrese salad, which you'll only be with basil, just on the side. Bit of balsamic vinegar, bit of oil. Right, we're going to run and get the omelette.
I love that you brought your tasteful plates, as always, Nutter.
Yeah. Literally, all you do now. Over the top, oh my lord.
Oh, mate.
Is this not the most crazy souffle omelette you've ever seen in your life? Lardons of bacon, cream Lancashire cheese, mozzarella, oozing with gluiness and flavour. And to say that is then 3 eggs as well. You've got a feast for the king there. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed your hangover feast. I was Andrew Noah, Matty White, thank you very much. I'll see you soon. Oi!
Very, very professional. And if that doesn't make you want to click the word donate on the website, I don't know what will. Just go to UnitedWeStream.co.uk. Okay, lots more to come this afternoon. Maurizio is going to be here from Selvies, David Fox from Tampopo, Mary Ellen McTague from the Creameries and telling us about the Eat Well Manchester scheme that's taking place. But now we're going to do something a little bit different. We are going to go over to Rachel Stockley's garden. Rachel is the chef from Barachuri, and she's going to be showing you how to make tapas on the barbecue.
Hello everyone, hello Manchester and beyond. You've got me for the next hour, you lucky buggers. I'm Rachel from Barachuri, chef there. Thank you to MFDF for asking me to do this today on Sunday. It's a lovely day, so I thought we'd do what we always love doing at Barachuri, and that's cooking over fire. So if you're a bit tired of burgers and sausages and you don't know what else to cook on your barbecue, I'm going to do a few dishes that you can do easily enough, hopefully with the stuff you've got in your kitchens. So let's do it. I've got a fire going. If you have a fire pit at home, that's really cool. If you've got a barbecue, as long as you can make it wood logs that you cook over as opposed to charcoal. But if you've just got charcoal, that's not a problem. So we're going to do a couple of tapas dishes. We'll start off with a really easy one, which everyone loves at Levanta, and that's chorizo al fuego. So everyone must have these tapas dishes. You must have stolen a couple, if any time you've been at Levanta. So I've sliced up some chorizo, cooking chorizo. I've not put any oil in the dish or anything, and I've just put it into the dish. Easy. I'm going to take it, I'm just going to put it over my embers. I've also got in this fire pit, I've got some red peppers, a sweet potato and some onions, and they're just cooking down amongst the embers in a big clay dish. It's those big dishes that we use in Barachuri when we bring out your big dishes from out of our wood-fired oven. And they're just cooking slowly like it would do in our wood-fired oven. So that's just an ongoing situation over there. In this pan here, I'll bring this to you. I've just started a sofrito. It's basically onions, peppers and tomatoes, cooking with some salt and olive oil. You want to cook that down slow, because in this pan we're going to do chorizo, broad bean and bomba rice, which is the rice that you make paella with. Don't know if you can hear that, but my chorizo started to sizzle a little, which is great news. When you can hear it sizzling, And when you can see the oil coming out of the chorizo, you want to wait until there's a pool of oil, and then you're going to turn your chorizo slices. So that's coming on a treat. Now I've got my little pool of oil in the tapa dish. I'm going to turn the chorizo slices. Smells amazing. Wow. So this is a great tapa dish to have whilst we're waiting for the other stuff to cook. We want to give it another minute or so on that side so it's sealed. And then you want to add sherry vinegar. If you don't have sherry vinegar, balsamic's great. Or white wine vinegar, cider vinegar, so add some vinegar. So just a touch. Give you the fire. I would recommend long tongs for all these processes when we're cooking over the fire. It does get a bit hot. Okay. And we're going to turn the slices back over again. And then, just to finish it like in the Levanta way, get your cocktail sticks in each slice. And there you go, that is our first dish. So easy. Okay. Our peppers and onions are coming on a tree. And I just want to make a quick salsa to dress them all with. And that salsa is called ajillo, And we use this salsa, well, it's more like an oil. We use this oil a lot in barachuri and Levante. You may have had it in Levante with chicken wings. And in barachuri, we use it to dress our riscotto vegetables, what we're doing here, and potatoes, because it's so, so nice. So we're just gonna get, you've got to be careful for this, okay? I don't want any burns happening. So you want to get a small quantity of olive oil. Do this in your hob inside, preferably not over a fire. Get that heating up. To that oil, add a load of garlic. Okay. And when that garlic starts bubbling and fizzing and coming to the top, before it goes black, we're going to take it off the heat. This oil, once you've sieved it off, you put it into like a kilner jar, keep it in the fridge, and then just take it out the night before you want to use it. It will last for weeks. Okay. So it's starting to bubble up, if you can see in there. It's bubbling rather violently now. If you want to make it spicier, at this point you could also add some sliced red chili or green chili, or a teaspoon of dried chili flakes as well. You see that? So they're frying nicely, but they're not going brown and bitter, you know? Just that nice, soft, garlicky hue. Okay. At this point, I'm going to add a teaspoon of pimenton. So this is hot pimenton. You get hot, you get sweet. If you don't have pimenton, you can add like hot paprika. It's basically the same thing, or just paprika, that's fine. If you've got just paprika, then I would suggest putting some chili flakes in at the start if you do like that bit of heat in your dressing. So add a teaspoon in. That. Mixy, and then return to the heat. And we'll let that bubble up again. So let that heat up and infuse into the oil. Veggies are looking great. fire, there's like always a lot of manipulating to do, and like, you know, cooking on a hob or cooking in an oven, you can't just wang something in. The heat you have to constantly be able to maintain and control. Okay, so that is violently bubbling again, lovely. This part you have to take off the heat, okay? So our good friend sherry vinegar again. This is what makes ahiyo ahiyo. A few drops of that. And just stir it in. If you do that over the heat, it will just blow up in your face. Probably get away with a few more drops. There we go. And that is an ahiyo salsa. So we're going to use that to dress our vegetables later. And then we're going to keep that, and that goes great over like grilled fish, salad dressings, really nice. Just over like crushed baby new potatoes. Loads of stuff you can use it here for. Just put that to the side. Okay. So our pan of peppers, onions and tomatoes, we're going to get that back onto a heat now. You want to get that nice and sizzly. You want to try and make it as level as possible, which I'm having trouble doing, but there you go, lovely. And that needs to cook right down, because that's where the sweetness comes to the base of our rice dish. What I'll do actually, I'll tweet out and I'll Insta out all the ingredients for all the recipes and the method as well. Don't worry too much about the vegetables going black and being covered in the embers, because that's exactly the same process that we do at barachuri. It's the skin on the veg that protects the vegetable itself when it's cooking, but also gives it, cooking it in this way gives the vegetable the most flavour. Because it's steaming within, so it's not letting go of any of its flavour from being cut up. So much nicer than just making your generic veggie kebab skewers. It's so much easier to, the intensity and the sweetness that you get from the peppers, the onions and the potatoes is just mental. So, so nice. And that's when you put your ajijo salsa on it afterwards. Really, really elevates it again. Okay, so that sofrito in the pan has really cooked down now, so we can start to build the rest of our rice dish. So I'm using chorizo again. Give that a minute, just so it can release the oil from each slice. Try to evenly distribute it around the pan also. Okay, give that a moment. Turn our peppers again. Oh, then, amazing. Okay. So the chorizo's got a bit of colour on it now. Gonna add in some broad beans. You could add in, these are frozen up. You could add frozen peas, frozen green beans, basically whatever's in your freezer. There's a green bean. So I'm just putting that in there. You don't want it to be too dry. You feel like it needs a bit more oil. Add some more oil in. And then the still bomber rice here. For a pan like that, you probably just need a good cook. So we use this at work, which is bomber rice from Spain, what you would use to make your paella with. So I'm just going to evenly sprinkle it over the pan. Like that. And the thing with paella rice, you don't stir it. So it's like the opposite of arborio rice when you make risotto. You do the opposite. In Spanish cookery, with rice, you do not stir it. So now we're going to start adding some liquid to it to obviously help it cook. The first amount of liquid that I like to use is normally a white wine or beer. Beer I actually prefer, so we're going to use an air boccheron for this. You can use any lager, any craft IPA, whatever. This is a craft ale from Valencia with salt, made with salt seawater. Really, really nice. So we add a layer of that. And then obviously you've got like some left over. It's really good to cook with. When that's evaporated, then we start adding our stock. This is just a generic chicken stock cube, veg stock, whatever. You can just use water if you don't have stock. Bit of salt. We need to take some of the heat out of this. It doesn't need to violently bubble away. So, do a bit of a switcheroo. Show you what's happening there. Okay, and that's going to take about 20 minutes. Actually, let's put that there for a second. Again, manipulating that fire so it works for you. There we go. We're going to just let that tick over now. When you see the liquid completely absorbed by the rice, that's when you'll add more stock. And then in our last pan, we're going to do a Levanta classic, which is garbanzos, so chickpeas, spinach and egg. So we'll just let the pan heat up for that. So if all of this is too much of a bother, Barachuri is still offering a finish at home delivery service that you may know about already. As the entire teams have been furloughed at Levanta and Barachuri, obviously we're totally out of the game. This is really nice and such a pleasure for me to be able to cook Spanish food for you guys in this way again. But if you are missing the dishes from Barachuri and Levanta, our boss Joe, he is pretty much like a one-man band at the moment. He cooks on a Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, a fresh menu. Then he freezes all the portions, and then on a Friday he delivers them all to certain areas. So I wrote this down. You just see. So Barachuri will deliver to the following areas: Ramsbottom, obviously, Edenfield, Summerseat, Holcombe Brook, Stubbins, Prestwich, Whitefield, Unsworth, Hawkshaw, Bromley Cross, Edgeworth and Affet side. And each week I think he tries to expand the delivery area a bit further afield. Also, on a Thursday, he's been knocking up some amazing sourdough, and he puts that out in Barrachury with some charcuterie bits, so like some pre-packed sliced hamon, olives and boccheronis, the anchovies in olive oil. He puts that all out, and then I think we have an honesty box, so you go in with cash, because we don't have the contactless payment system available at the moment with your card, but it basically is contactless, because you drop your money in the box and then you can take home one of his fabulous sourdough loaves, which, gotta say, I'm very, very impressed with, because this has just been a process that he's mastered since the beginning of lockdown, but they're absolutely cracking, and he does cook a batch of them in the Peruela, in the wood-fired oven, so the taste is just absolutely incredible. If you want to place an order, info@barrachury.co.uk. Get your orders in before Wednesday or Thursday, I think. And the menu is posted each week on a Monday on Instagram and Barrachury, Barrachury Bar. Boom. So yeah, maybe the sun won't always have its hat on, so you need to get it delivered instead, right? Add a bit more stock to this pan. Beautiful. So this next dish that I'm doing is chickpeas, spinach and egg. It's the first dish that Joe taught me how to cook when I started at Levanta and Barrachury 5 years ago. That has just absolutely flown by. And it's still one of my favourite dishes to cook, because it's so simple, 5 ingredients, and it's so substantial with its flavour, and for a tapas dish, very, very filling indeed. I've done a video on this as well, so you've probably seen it before. It's a nice pan, good amount of oil. Handful of breadcrumbs. In fact, start with the garlic first. I'm pretty sure I always change the order of this. I'm going to change it again. I'm going to go cumin seeds first. So that is about a good tablespoon. Yeah. Love it. Let it infuse. Garlic. Again, good tablespoon, just chopped up. Watch that garlic, don't let it brown, don't let it go bitter. Rice is looking fab. Okay, starting to turn golden. And hit it with a handful breadcrumbs. If you are GF, you don't need to put the breadcrumbs in. A bit more oil. Just toast those breadcrumbs off. Give it a good pinch of salt. And you want to toast them until they're really nice and golden. I will show you that actually. Beautiful. Like that. Awesome. Just doing bits. Okay. Chickpea time. That's about half a tin. Chickpeas are little sponges. They take up so much flavour. You're going to have to add more salt. Like that. And you really want to stir and stir and stir, because as I say, it wants to take in all the flavour of the garlic and all the flavour of the olive oil and cumin. And we want the chickpeas to be golden too. Oh, look at that. Cool. Another one. Give that a minute or so. That's a bit of stock. Nice. I can't really quantify how much stock to add to the rice. There is a precise measurement. I just like to cook by eye, especially at home. The rice just, it wants to be a lot fuller, obviously almost doubled in size, but it doesn't want to be squishy and it doesn't want to have been boiled in the stock. At the bottom of the pan there needs to be a nice crust. It's called a socorat. That's what you're looking for with any paella or rice dish, is that crust underneath. It means that the rice hasn't been stirred and it's absorbed all that liquid. It should be an intense flavour of the overall dish. Give that a turn actually. That's in. Two-handed turn. Ooh. Perfect. Okay. The chickpeas are golden. Smells amazing. where we're going to start adding the spinach. So the thing with the spinach is that it wilts down so much that when you think you can't put any more in the pan, you will be able to. Gently mix that in. More salt. There we go. See, as it wilts down, get your last handful in. Again, spinach is something that takes a lot of seasoning, so don't be worried that you're adding too much salt. Okay, so when you've got it wilted, we're going to make a hole for our egg. You want 1 egg per person. So make your holes accordingly. Touch more oil. Again, don't be worried about how much oil you use because that's part of the flavour too. And then just crack your egg in. Go. Salt on the egg. And that will literally cook in a matter of minutes. If you're cooking that one in the kitchen, have your grill on, under the grill, 2 minutes, and you're done. So it's your Levanta style garbanzos. Okay, so we're nearly there on the rice. All the liquid has evaporated. Thank you for sticking with it and for putting up with me for this amount of time. Please donate to UnitedWeStream, or even better than that, if you do live in those locations that I mentioned earlier, buy some food from Barachuri. So I'm going to take this pan off the heat now, but before you can serve it, I'll just show you what it looks like. That liquid has evaporated. It's looking dark and smoky. We're going to cover it with tin foil and we're going to give it a rest for about 5 minutes. We're probably not going to rest it on that. Let's rest it here. Okay. Trusty tin foil. really important that you do this before you serve your bonga rice. We're going to look at our risotto veg now. So that's been cooking in and amongst the embers. So we've got pepper, sweet potato and onion. I'm going to put some gloves on for this bit. I would recommend wearing gloves. You should all have gloves. It's a pandemic. Of course you should have gloves in your house. Okay. So what you can see from this pepper, it's been charred all over. Sweet potato and your onion. If you're not serving it straight away, what I would recommend is putting from here into a tray and then just cling filming it twice. That will allow the skin to come away from the vegetables much easier if you've got a bit of time to spare before you eat. If not, it's okay. Obviously it's very hot, hence the gloves. I'm black. In the pepper you've got some fabulous juice. That's going to form some of the dressing. So you want to pour that in there. I'm going to take the seeds away. And then you just want to take the skin off. It's okay to have a little bit still left on if you like that char. Like that. Push it away with your knife. Then just roughly chop into your tray. A little juice. Seeds out. Push the skin away. Trust me, this is so much nicer than veggie kebab, guys. That. Onion, same thing. I'm going to take out them outer layers. Just peel away. It's so sweet. It's like the most oniony onion flavour ever. That's charring off. However you like, into your tray, bowl, that. And then you've got your sweet potato, which is just gorgeous. Look at that. Peel that skin away. This is my favourite over the fire because it's just amazing. You can use other veg. At Barracherry we use aubergine, courgettes, butternut squash. Squash is amazing actually. And then you can just break that. Like that. See why we need to wear gloves. Okay, so we've got that pepper juice. I'm going to freshen it up with some lemon as well. Take one glove off. Nice bit of salt. And a bit more freshness with some leaves. And you just want to toss that all in together. You could finish this with like maybe some boccheronis on top, some shaving of some hard cheese. It's your salad, guys, however you like it. Okay. And then, excuse my mess. Grab it straight onto a nice serving plate. Show off your pepper, your onions, that gorgeous sweet potato, it's amazing. Got pearls of onion. Nice. And then that ahiyo oil that we made is going to marry it all together perfectly. Some nice spoonfuls of that over. That's a gorgeous riscotto veg warm salad. And just to remind you of previous dishes, we made a tapa of chorizo fuego, which I've eaten half of already, obviously. A gorgeous chickpea, spinach and egg. And now we're just going to check up on our rice. Amazing. I wish you could smell this, guys. I love eating my bomba rice and my paella with like massive dollops of alioli, so if you have that available, I would thoroughly recommend that. But as you can see, all liquid absorbed. It's amazing. And there you go. A little tapas Sunday lunch that you can cook over fire. Well, thank you for watching, guys. Stay safe, stay alert, and pitch it up, you cunt.
Music is everything. It makes you feel really good. It's about love, sharing. That's what I've got from coming here.
Music is, I think, a fundamental human right.
I think music therapy helps Sia because it taps into a part of her memory that hasn't eroded yet.
The music's been very important to Mum because I just think it brings her back into our world a little bit.
For some reason, his mind's clicked on in a certain way that it wouldn't have done without the music.
I feel silence in my house for 5.5 years, and through music, perhaps he was able to communicate.
Because music's such a simple thing, but it's a personal thing. It's little steps all the time.
Music therapy has enabled Mary to develop her communication and her social interaction.
I'm sure there's a band playing in his head all the time, and I want to help him make the music that's in his head.
During the session, he's a completely different person when he's drumming. It's like having Eddie back to how he always used to be.
What you see is that despite illness, trauma, disability, people can always access music. And you start to see self-esteem, confidence, freedom, control, expression, or on one level, social change and how music affects people's lives, but then affects the community that's around that person. But I think what's really profound is that relationship they can foster with music, because that can then last a lifetime.
Thank you for tuning in today to UnitedWeStream and watching Manchester's Food and Drink Festival. It's fantastic that everybody's come together to collaborate on this. But whilst you're watching this, we did set this up to entertain people, but please don't forget the main reason why we set this up. And that's to help people who are really vulnerable at the moment across our city region. So please remember to donate, whether it's £1, £2, £3. We need as many of you to donate today as possible. Thank you.
Hello, welcome back to Stretford Food Hall. Thank you very much to Rachel Stockley there. What a nice garden. Someone's doing all right for themselves, aren't they? We're back now at the Stretford Food Hall in the Stretford Arndale, and you know what this is all about. We are here to try and help raise some money to go towards Greater Manchester's nighttime economy. This lockdown has affected many of us. It's affected all of us. But the restaurant industry and bars and restaurants and theatres, they face a very uncertain future. Even once lockdown is over, they're still going to have to maintain social distancing. Restaurants will not be able to be up to full capacity. There are many people worried about the future of the industry and the future of their livelihoods, and you can make a bit of a difference this afternoon. We're asking you to donate. There's two very simple ways to do that. You can either go to the website UnitedWeStream.co.uk. It's very easy, just click on the donate button, or you can text the word music to 70140. 70140. Just text the word music and that will instantly donate £5. And since they've been doing this, there's been a lot of money coming in, so let's keep that going. We're here this afternoon till 4:30. We're going to be talking to a few more chefs yet, divulging their favourite hangover foods. It is Sunday. Lock-in is meaning that we're all drinking a little bit more. I think that's fair to say. I certainly am. I am hungover. So let's go over now to our next chef. I'm very pleased to say that my friend Maurizio is here from Salvi's. How are you, mate?
Good, good. Ciao, Matt.
Nice to see you. Ciao.
Nice to see you.
How's lockdown treating you, mate?
It's good. To be honest, I think, like many chefs said before, we take an holiday. We're just relaxing. We never had this time at home.
Unusual.
Reflecting and changing the way we work. It's very bad what happened, but I think for us to relax and see how can we go forward now, it's at least for us it's quite good. So
we're going to talk more about how businesses and restaurants go forward a bit later on. But so how many sites have you got in Manchester?
At the moment we got 5.
5 sites.
All different ones. Yes.
Okay.
The recent one we opened was Northern Quarter.
Yeah.
We opened in December. So we had a good trade over December, and then of course
you opened just in time for the lockdown.
So and then the lockdown came, so we don't really know that place how it's gonna do it. But we had a good Christmas. It was busy before we closed. We can't complain, to be honest.
It's a very optimistic view you've got on it, Maurizio.
Yes. Yeah.
You've got to keep positive.
Yeah, I'm Italian anyway, so everything's tomorrow, but we try to make as much we can today.
Okay. So. Talking of making as much as you can today, you're going to make some food for us this afternoon.
Yes.
Hangover cure this.
To be honest, what I've done with this dish, pasta for hangover, I think is number 1. Okay. And then so we took some Italian sausages with some potatoes. Okay. So we're going to do a sauce with. I'm going to fry onion, fry the potatoes and the sausages. Okay. But what I'm going to do in the meantime, I'm going to liquidize some of the potato. Okay, so I'm gonna do the creamy sauce with that. Instead of add cream or anything else, I'm just gonna liquidize the potato and make the cream that way. And I'm gonna add some tomato, touch red wine because I know you can go over, but it's always good to have that kick. And parmesan. So and then you know what I've got? I've got some truffle. So I think I'm gonna put some truffle in there.
Truffle.
And then see how we go with your hangover. You never know.
Can I be honest about truffle?
You don't like it?
It's not that I don't like it. I just think it's one of the most overrated foods. This is no reflection on your recipe, by the way.
No. To be honest, in one way, I agree with you. But it's something, it's something they got to find there, they got to treat it, that's why it's very expensive to buy, and then it's very, very strong taste. So not many dishes that one it works with.
Yeah.
You can put that in maybe in fish or things like that. It won't be right. So it's only specific dishes where you can put the truffle in.
It's when you get the oil, the truffle oil, and it's synthetic, and it just doesn't.
It depends how you use it. If you know how to use it, and then you do the right dish, I think it's very, very nice. I'm very picky when I eat. Okay, I'm an home chef. I should eat and try everything. But I'm very, very picky. So some of the stuff it doesn't go, I won't even dream to cook it or to have it.
Wouldn't even dream of it.
No, I wouldn't.
Okay,
you've been in neighbours with me anyway, so
We'll talk about that. We had a little trip to Italy together, and you took me around all the best places in Naples.
We did.
And the mozzarella factory. And we drank a lot.
3 days there, we had a good time.
We did have a good time. I don't remember much of it, if I'm honest.
Very nice.
Okay, so what are you starting with there, Maurizio?
Okay, so I'm gonna start with. No, first thing I wanna do. Okay, I'm gonna put a little water in this potato here. Okay, I wanna liquidize that. And then I'm gonna put touch tomato, so the potato come red, like red sauce. And then after that I'm gonna fry everything up.
By the way, if while you're watching this you have any questions for Maurizio at all, please feel free to tweet us at StreamGM, and don't forget to use the hashtag UnitedWeStreamGM. Any questions at all, even about your personal life, Maurizio? You're alright with that, aren't you?
Say again?
Your personal life, people can ask questions about that?
Never. But my personal life is a bit complicated, so better than nobody asking me.
Right, okay,
so,
sorry.
No, but to be honest, you know what we've been doing a lot this time. I've been cooking with my daughter.
I've seen this, you're beautiful.
You've seen her? Yeah, seeing is like, I don't know, she's so good. And then she loves it. You know, I think, you know, sometimes, you know, kids that age, she's only 11, and kids that age, you won't believe it.
Does she want to be a chef, Maurizio?
That's what she says, yeah. Well, I try not to push her. You know, whatever she want to do, I'm happy with her. Because I think when you push the kids, it's gonna go the other way.
Yeah.
So she's happy to cook with me, to stay next to me. I'm happy to have her anytime, you know, cooking in the kitchen, and you know, I think, you know, I was telling somebody else before. This time, I really know my family. You know, I've been at home. I've never been at home for 30 years. Always been in a restaurant, working here, work there. So this time is for my family. So I start to know my kids, and then my house as well. You know, I didn't know where things were. Yeah. You know, you go in the kitchen, where's this, where's that? So sometimes it was like, is that in my house? You know, you never know. I'm gonna put the pasta in now because that takes about 15 minutes to cook.
Okay.
So you know what I mean. So it's been fun, to be honest.
Are you doing the cooking at home, Maurizio?
Yes.
You do the cooking?
I do now, but no. When I work, I never done it.
No.
No, I think we've been in the house about 3 years now. I think I cooked about twice. So now I cook more because I'm there, but and I never did it before.
All right. So this is a bit of a treat for your family, then, isn't
exactly, it? Exactly. Yeah. Well, to see me as well, you know, because always, you know, go home late at night. You know, I'm sure every chef is the same. Home late at night, in the morning you wake up, you have a shower, you have breakfast, and then you're out the door.
Yeah.
So, and then you come back at night. So
this is, I mean, we do always hear, and we know that the life of a chef is a hard life. It's long hours, it's unsociable, it's graft. And is that still something you'd encourage your daughter to get into?
To be honest, no. When I start, I done catering college, okay? Mm-hmm. What my dad said to me at the beginning, he was like, you sure? Because you won't see any birthday, you won't see any Christmas or New Year, you know, you got to work all the time. And I said to my dad, I said, Dad, that's what I love, that's what I want to do, eh? You know, I want to try, see what I can do. And then to be honest, you know, I've been in England 27 years now, so I've been out from Italy for 27 years. At the beginning it's not an easy thing to do, but you get used to it. And then if you love the job, the passion, you go over that. You go over your family, you know, where you come from and things like that. So, and then you got to think positive all the time to say I got to go forward. So I'm fried everything now.
So what's in that pan at the moment, Richie? I can't see.
Okay, in the pan I've got olive oil, onion, and salsiccia. That's Italian sausages. Okay, what I've done, I liquidized the potato already. I put the pasta in, okay, because it takes 15 minutes to do it. Okay, soon all this is ready. I'm gonna put some potato in there as well. So you got that crunch in your mouth as well. Okay, and then I'm gonna add some salt and pepper. Of course, you know, what we cook is Italian, okay? So I always try to do, say, you know, this one it could be an English breakfast with sausages and hash brown. But we made the pasta with, you know?
Yeah.
So That's why I think when my kids get fed up with me because everything we eat is Italian. So sometimes I go, come on, Dad. You know, it's Chinese, Indian, and, you know. So I'm gonna add some salt now, some black pepper.
Here's one thing, Maurizio. Italian food in Manchester, Greater Manchester. How does it fare for you? How do we do as a city?
I think we do well.
Yeah.
I think it's good choice. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot out there. I think we are good. It depends on the test. Depends what you want and how you want your food. But yeah, to be honest, I hardly go and eat Italian because if I go out, I try not to have Italian. So most of the time I try to to have Indian or no Indian, so I have Thai because I don't eat Indian. But that's it. I think the choice is quite good, and it's getting better anyway. So okay, what I've done now, just put some red wine inside now. I'm gonna add some basil, and then I'm gonna add the tomato sauce, and then potatoes. Okay, so in no time this should be ready. So instead to have the normal sauce, we're gonna have a creamy tomato sauce, and then we use the potato. So
Do Italians believe in hair of the dog, Maurizio? Hair of the dog. Is that a thing in Italy?
Hair of?
Hair of the dog.
What's that?
The hair of the dog that bit you, so if you've got a hangover...
I never had this before.
Well,
drinking?
Yeah, you just get back on it.
Yeah.
So what would be the... so over here, I guess, a Bloody Mary's what you would go to. Is there a particular Italian drink that people would have?
Yeah, we got Negroni, we got spritz.
For breakfast, a Negroni?
Oh, grappa, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, if you go up north in the Alps, when you wake up 5-6 o'clock in the morning, you go in the bar, and they call bianchetto. Okay, they go there, they say, can I have 2-3 bianchetti, they put it there, and they go to you know? Yeah, that's what they do. They line up. Grappa for us is, maybe not down the south, is more, to be honest, I think down the south we go a little bit late to the north of Italy. I think we're more lazy, you know?
I like a bit of grappa. I do like a bit of grappa.
It's nice,
yeah,
isn't it?
It's nice.
Wake you up.
Yeah.
I remember when I used to work in Milan, we used to go to work, and that's what we used to have. So before going to the kitchen and cook,
just have a little
we
shot
used
of
to
grappa.
go to the bar, have the bianchetto, and then go to work. So we all like...
Wow. Well, that explains a lot about you, Maurizio, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, things make sense now.
So what I've done, I add the potatoes now, add a little bit more water. Okay, so all this is going to dissolve in there now.
Don't forget, if you've got any questions for Maurizio, either about what he's cooking now or Italian food or his grappa consumption back in the day, just tweet us at StreamGM. Don't forget to use a hashtag UnitedWeStreamGM.
Okay. So the pasta should be nearly ready now. So what we're gonna do, we got a deli, so we're gonna start to do fresh pasta, fresh sauce. Soon we can reopen.
This is the deli in the Corn Exchange.
The Corn Exchange, yeah. So we're gonna sell fresh pasta, fresh sauces, and then all the products we've already done that anyway for years. So, okay.
So I mean, it must have been. I mean, listen, all of this is a massive devastation to anyone with a business, but for you to have just opened your new one, and then for it to go dark.
I know.
I mean, that's just bad timing.
I know it's been. It's one of them things, to be honest. I think if we think positive, we go over that. I think if you start to think negative and why happen, why this, why that, I don't think you go anywhere. I think like we haven't opened at all, not even for takeaway. Okay, because I want my staff to be safe. I want to stay home. I don't really want all my staff, I think about part of 3, they're all Italian. They all got mom and dad and family in it. They don't want to be worried about them here. They walk in every day, go in and out. So we decided just to close it, leave everybody at home, and then when we're safe to reopen, we will do that.
Makes sense.
You know, making money is good, but I think your life is more.
And how do you foresee it being, Mauricio, when we're finally allowed to open back up, whenever that may be? Social distancing is still going to be very much enforced. Have you looked at the restaurants? Have you looked at the layouts?
I didn't look at the restaurant, yeah. I think we're gonna, at the Cornish change, I think we're gonna put about 13 tables. So we're gonna lose about 3/4 of the restaurant.
3/4?
Because the problem is we got two different areas, and they're not very big. So now we sit about 80, 90. I think we're gonna go about 20, maybe 25, maybe. It's gonna, you know.
How do you counterbalance that loss though? Because you're going to be running at a loss. Because your bills will still be the same, the rates will still be the same.
I think what it worries me is that it's not now we're closed. What it worries me is when we reopen, because you know they got to understand. Okay, we can get the same, you know, influence of people. We can get the same money in. We can, you know, we can make the same weekly taking we used to do before. So you know what I mean. So somebody's got, you know, the government's got to look and say, okay, that's what we got to do now. At least for the time being. And then after that, just one second, okay. After that, okay, it'll be different. You know, maybe next year we're gonna, you know, we're gonna be more busy, you know, and then it'll be better. But I think the first 6 months a year we're all gonna struggle, not just me. I think we're especially big chain. They got massive restaurant. They got 40, 50 restaurants all over England. Are they gonna cope with that? Because everything is gonna be, you know, we're lucky. We're only small. I know we got different places, but with the all small places, not massive. You know, we haven't got the 200-300 seats. So our overheads, they're expensive. You know, they're big, but they're not that big. So I'm sure in one way or another, we can do something. But we'll see. I think somebody's got to put something in place: electricity, gas, rent, service charge, and that's something where we're gonna make the decision to stay or to leave. Because now happy days, isn't it? We know we're not open. When we open, we try to do as much we can. But when everything coming in, and then you can afford it, you got to think different. So we see what happens.
Yeah, we will see. That's all we can do, isn't it?
I'm thinking positive. You know, I don't think we're gonna go anywhere. We're gonna try to keep everything what we got, and we go from there. So we'll have the pasta is ready now. I'm gonna, instead to drain the pasta, because I need the water, I'm gonna pass the pasta in my pan. And of course, we had a festival this year as well. So
yeah, so you are the founder, organizer, Festa Italiana, which is an incredible attempt to bring together the Italian community in Manchester across food and drink. And would this have been your third year?
Fourth year.
Fourth year.
Yeah.
And in previous years, it's been a great success down in Cathedral Gardens.
To be honest, it's been good. Not last year, but last year it was good, but unfortunately it's been raining.
Oh, I remember that.
I remember the Southern Sunday was terrible.
Yeah. But people still came out though. I think
we did. I think we had about 30,000 people in.
Wow, during that weather.
So yeah, we did with that weather. Maybe people didn't say no. I think if it was nice weather the year before, we would have, 60, 70,000 people in there. But everybody had a good time. We had good music on. It was good, to be honest. We set up nice and.
Oh, it looked great. It's such good fun. But it must have been quite a heartbreaking thing to have to say, right, there isn't going to be one this year.
I know. We tried up to, I think, a couple of weeks ago to try to speak to the council and say, say if we reopen, can we do a? I don't think the council is ready yet to do something like that for us. So.
Yeah, I think things like that for the rest of this year we can.
Yeah, I don't think they're ready. I don't think anybody's ready anyway. I know I haven't been out much, and I've been when I've been to Manchester to a place and seen it's few people around, but still a lot of people they're scared. They're scared to go out, so they don't really want. you know, I don't want to risk it, to be honest.
No, yeah, quite right. Quite right. So how are we getting on with that food, Marissa? Where are we
I'm
up
ready
to?
here, huh? So I just plated.
Oh, it's nearly ready.
Oops.
So before we see this come up onto the platter, just remind us again what's been in this and what you've done.
So
Quick
what
recap.
we've done, salsiccia with potato and tomato sauce, okay? I'm gonna put some little truffle on top. I got some olive oil in there. That's it.
Just while Maurizio's doing that, before you see the money shot, so to speak, let's just to remind you that you can donate, you can help, which is the reason we are all here today. If you want to donate some money and help to support Greater Manchester's nighttime economy, be it restaurants, bars, theatres, gig venues, then please visit the website UnitedWeStream.co.uk, or you can text. There's a text number. If you just text the word music to 70140, 70140, text the word music, and that will automatically donate £5. Maurizio.
Okay, so my dish is pasta with potato and salsiccia. We use paccheri pasta. So what we done, we fried onion with salsiccia and a few potatoes. We liquidize the rest of the potato to put in the sauce. Add the tomato sauce, basil, salt and pepper, of course. And that's it. We mix everything up, and then we put some truffle on top.
Perfect.
So
Apart from
hopefully
the truffle on
everybody
top.
enjoy this. If anybody cooked with us or they want to cook, they can. Any question we can reply, even on Facebook. Or
Hey,
whatever.
so I mean, you've been doing this with your daughter, you said, Sienna.
Yes.
What sort of response have you been getting to that?
Very, very good.
Yeah,
Very.
loving it.
To be honest, I'm surprised. We had some video. We had 14,000 views.
Wow.
Yeah, we had 5,000-6,000 views. It's good. You know, I think she got in better and better and better. And to be honest, I don't think there's anybody that age today, even on TV or normal TV, it's nobody that age can cook the way she does. So I think people are very interesting to see her.
And that's not a biased opinion, is it?
No,
No.
never.
It's completely objective.
Exactly. So.
So what are you missing the most?
What I miss the most? To be honest, I miss going out, I miss being at the restaurant. But to be honest, I'm relaxing.
Yeah, do you know what? I'm quite.
You know,
enjoying
I'm
it.
relaxing. And I was missing before time to spend at home. And I think I've got enough.
Yeah.
So I'm happy.
Yeah.
You know, I don't really miss. You know, a lot of people McDonald's. They you know, when they open, when the other open, we miss the food. I don't really. I'm happy. You know, I'm at home with my family. I cook almost every day. I come here talking to you, so it's good.
This must be a real treat.
Yeah, it's a treat for us. Yeah.
I think there's so many people that have diversified and they were doing these home delivery packages that I'm getting into it. It's like you're getting a restaurant experience but without having to leave the house, which for someone like me is ideal. I hate leaving the house at the best of times. But I had a Wood restaurant, Simon Wood's restaurant.
Yes.
I ordered a little birthday meal from him the other day.
That's good.
Yeah, it was good, but you had to cook a little bit too much yourself for my liking.
I got my wife's birthday coming up, so we might have something different. I haven't organised anything yet, but hopefully she's gonna laugh now. Listen to me.
But she'll be watching there going,
She'll be watching. Well, no chance you're gonna organise anything, but we will organise something and maybe have something different.
It's just about adapting, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's all it is.
I think that's all it is. It's, you know, it's adapting, and then see the the new way now. You know, I want to know what's going on after this.
Yeah,
I can't wait. I can't wait to to go out again and see what's going to happen. But
how do you, I mean? Listen, this is a hard question and hard to answer. But how do you think the recovery of the hospitality industry, the restaurants, the bars, how do you think that'll manifest itself? Do you think it's going to be a tough time ahead, isn't it?
it's going to be tough, but people, they're fed up to stay home anyway. You know, I'm a chef, so I don't mind cooking. I mind the washing up. I mean,
yeah, I don't like
sometimes, you know what I mean? It's things like that. So I think a lot of people, they're ready to go out. They're ready to, to go out and try again, do the routine they used to do before. I think the only thing would be the distance. Okay, and you know how many people can go at the same time. I think we need to work something out with that. But I think it's going to be busy anyway. We're going to reopen. English people, they know, you know, they know to stay home. English people, they want to go out. They want to have drink, they have fun. So I don't think we're going to have any problem. And see what happened in Italy. You know, I talk to Italy every day, and I watch what happened in Italy every day. And some of my, you know, like we went to Sofia, you know, to people in Pompeii, in Matti. They all reopened, they're all busy, they're all happy now. You know.
So has the reopening gone smoothly?
It's gone smooth, yeah. I think the government didn't give a lot to them to open and have an idea. They said, okay, you can open that day, the 18th of May, you can open, but nobody said how many tables you can have, or how many this, how many that. They just open, try to make as much they can in the safe environment as well.
And so far, from your experience, that seems to be working.
It seems to be working, yeah. So I don't see why it holds in England we can do that as well. So
I think over here, Maurizio, at the beginning of the pandemic, when it was all starting to kick off and we was finally starting to take it seriously, it was when we saw all the footage from Italy.
Yeah.
That's when it suddenly started, now hang on, this is getting closer, this is serious. Presumably you were regularly in touch with family and friends that were out in Italy. So how was that for you? Here, hearing from family and friends, knowing it was coming?
Yeah. To be honest, I think here we had easier than Italy. Because in Italy they probably don't lock down, they couldn't go anywhere. Okay, here we still can go out for 1 hour a day, but nobody check, nobody control anything, and so you know, in Italy they probably stayed at home. They couldn't go anywhere. Everything was shut. So I think they had the nose, but at the same time we knew what was going to happen, and I think what was missing in here, somebody tell us 2 weeks, stay home, don't move, and then we move on. Nobody done that. Hey, go out, you know. But that's what we do. But we're still here anyway, so it's fine.
How are your family, mate, in Italy? They all
Everybody's good. Everybody's happy. Nobody. Oh, touch wood. Nobody had anything. So
tough for you then, being so far away.
It's tough. It's tough because here I'm on my own. So you know, all my family's there. But you know, with Facebook and you know, cooking every day so they can see us, you know, WhatsApp, things like that, so we can talk to them every day. It seems like we're there.
Yeah.
We miss, you know, I should have gone to Italy 3 times already.
Yeah.
And I haven't gone. So my mum should be here now, she's not here. But
well, I mean, that just brings back some of the good things that have come from this lockdown is now I think everyone will use Zoom and FaceTime way more than they used to. Like even my dad using a Zoom. I mean, that's incredible. Yeah. And home demos and cook-alongs. I think this. I mean, people have always enjoyed them, but now this has been kind of just part of everyday life. I think this will keep running. I think even when restaurants are open, there'll still be an increased appetite for cook-alongs and maybe home delivery packages and that sort of thing. So,
but that's why we're going to change the deli. We're going to put more product in there. You know, we're going to do the fresh pasta. So people. You know, I think we're going to carry on and do maybe once a week. I do, you know, a cooking online, and then if people, you know, they can go out more, they can buy more products, they can come to us, and then they can cook with us as well, and then you see it.
Yeah.
I think we're going to come out stronger.
I love your positivity, Maurizio. I really do. I absolutely love it. So when you do reopen, when people get down to your restaurants and the deli, and I do urge them to visit the deli. If you haven't been to Maurizio's deli, it's bang on. What do you advise the first thing they get is?
First thing you've got to get is
first
mozzarella.
thing they come to Salvi's, what are they going to get? What's the first thing?
I think it's mozzarella.
And you do good mozzarella.
I know. I miss that, you know, because we had another delivery coming in, and. So I really miss the mozzarella now. I can't wait to reopen, have the first delivery, and you know, we bought some mozzarella but from supermarket. It's not the same.
I'm going to quite cleverly now combine mozzarella and hangovers because we are, of course, cooking throughout the day, hangover cures from different chefs. Me and Maurizio went to Italy 2 years ago now.
2 years ago, yeah.
Where did we go? I forget.
Went to Naples. Well, we stayed in Pompeii.
Yeah. Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, we went to Naples, went to Sorrento.
There was a
went
lot
to
of
limoncello factory.
We went to a limoncello factory. Oh my God, so much limoncello was consumed. But
I've
now
got some picture 5:30 in the morning at the airport in Naples. You, Simon Bean, Blake,
David Blake, Simon Beans, Louise, Janet.
I know, we all like sunglasses on. Dead. I mean, that was proper hangover, isn't it?
Yeah, no, that was a proper hangover. But when I was at my worst hangover I've ever had, you took me to a mozzarella factory. And just a little bit of advice for you now: if you ever hungover, even if Maurizio offers to pay, don't go to a mozzarella factory because it's just awful.
He's not the right team.
It was awful, but a lovely experience nonetheless.
That was good.
Maurizio, thank you very much, man.
Anytime.
Really, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I hope things work out in the future when we get round to opening.
It will be.
And that's an incredible dish. When can people see you again doing your little cook-alongs?
What day is today? Sunday.
Sunday, mate.
I think Tuesday. Tuesday we'll be online again on our Facebook. Thursday we'll be with Manchester Finest. And then Friday and Saturday we'll be with our Facebook.
Okay. So. You're a busy man, ain't you?
I got to keep myself busy, innit?
Yeah, so. I know, before you end up just opening another restaurant, which is what you seem to do. Maurizio, thank you very much for coming in, man. Really appreciate it. Let's not forget the main reason that we are here. We are here to raise money for the nighttime economy. Sasha Lord has set this up, and he's doing a great job. And you're doing a great job as well, because without you, this is pointless. This is just a streaming. So donate, go to the website and donate.
Thank you for tuning in today to United We Stream and watching Manchester's Food and Drink Festival. It's fantastic that everybody's come together to collaborate on this. But whilst you're watching this, we did set this up to entertain people, but please don't forget the main reason why we set this up. And that's to help people who are really vulnerable at the moment across our city region. So please remember to donate, whether it's £1, £2, £3. We need as many of you to donate today as possible. Thank you.
Music is everything. It makes you feel really good. It's about love, sharing. That's what I've got from coming here.
Music is, I think, a fundamental human right.
I think music therapy helps Sia because it taps into a part of her memory that hasn't eroded yet.
The music's been very important to Mum because I just think it brings her back into our world a little bit.
For some reason, his mind's clicked on in a certain way that it wouldn't have done without the music.
I feel silence in my house for 5.5 years, and through music, perhaps he was able to communicate.
Because music's such a simple thing, but it's a personal thing. It's little steps all the time.
Music therapy has enabled Mary to develop her communication and her social interaction.
I'm sure there's a band playing in his head all the time, and I want to help him make the music that's in his head.
During the session, he's a completely different person when he's drumming. It's like having Eddie back to how he always used to be.
What you see is that despite illness, trauma, disability, people can always access music. And you start to see self-esteem, confidence, freedom, control, expression, or on one level social change and how music affects people's lives but then affects the community that's around that person. But I think what really profound is that relationship they can foster with music, because that can then last a lifetime.
Hello, welcome back to Stretford Food Hall. My name's Matt White. We are here today for the Manchester Food and Drink Festival and United We Stream Hangover Cookery. everyone, oh, come on, I mean, I'd say 90% of people I know on a Sunday, they're going to be hungover. So this is perfect. We've got different chefs throughout the rest of the day to give you ideas and suggestions for what you might want to cook, just to blow away the cobwebs a little bit. The main reason we're here, though, of course, is to raise money. We're trying to help support Manchester's nighttime economy. Things aren't looking brilliant because of COVID-19 and restaurants being shut and social distancing. So we need you to help. You can obviously support your local restaurants and bars if they're doing any kind of takeouts or deliveries. That's one way to help. Or, of course, through United We Stream, you can donate. You can text the word music to 70140, 70140, text music. That will automatically donate £5. Or you can go to the website, UnitedWeStream.co.uk, and there's a very obvious donate button. So hit that donate button and let's help to support the Greater Manchester nighttime economy. Right, we're going to get some more recipes now. We're going to talk vegan food, vegan street food. I am joined by Robin Marsh. Hello, Robin. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Good, good, good. Robin is the founder of Herbivorous. Is that right? Herbivorous.
Yeah. Herbivorous.
Sounds like a dinosaur to me. Is that deliberate?
So yeah, our logo is a dinosaur.
Oh, there you go.
So the word might ordinarily be pronounced herbivorous, but we are pronounced
Herbivorous. Herbivorous. Okay. First of all, how are you? How are you doing? How's things been affecting you guys?
Yeah. So when we knew that the virus was going to be affecting our business quite significantly, we knew that we had to really look at, diversifying what we offer. It looked certain that we were not going to be open to the public for very long, much longer. So we put some feelers out to try and find another temporary home, and also think about how we could bring a wider range of vegan food across Greater Manchester.
So for people that don't know, you were based at Hatch on Oxford Road.
So yeah, Hatch has been our permanent base now for 10 months, but they were looking to close the site completely, so we had to very quickly find another temporary home.
And you came here?
Yep, so we reached out to Stretford Food Hall. They welcomed us very quickly after we finished at Hatch. We've been here for 9 weeks now, so
wow.
Probably one of their longest running residences.
Strictly delivery only?
Yeah, so strictly delivery. There has been some more collections in more recent weeks, but yeah, we've been doing deliveries on some local delivery platforms as well as your usual delivery Uber.
And how has that been for you? How has it worked out okay?
So we're really lucky to obviously be in this establishment, which is already very well known for being a street food establishment. People know that they can come here, get some groceries and get some good food. So having that visibility here was very, very beneficial. We obviously know Hatch would have been particularly busy this time of year as the summer's approaching.
Of course.
But considering everything, we're really pleased to have the space here to be able to work from and do lots of new things.
Wonderful. And you know what? I know a lot of people that have been ordering from you during this time, and you're making a lot of people very happy as well, so that's great.
I hope so.
Right, so the theme of today is hangovers.
Yes.
What are you going to be making?
So we've gone for something that is both easy to prep, because if you're cooking on a hangover, you want as little prep as possible. So we've gone really simple for the people out there's benefit, but also for mine. Keep it nice and simple today. We've gone for a loaded nachos. So for those loaded nachos, we're going to be making barbecue jackfruit. So jackfruit being a really popular vegan meat substitute.
It's the new avocado, I think.
The new avocado.
You've seen it everywhere.
But yeah, it's a fantastic texture. But the main thing is really the texture that it brings to a dish. And because it has very little flavour, it's really about the flavours that you put with it. So it really absorbs all of the flavours that you put with it.
Okay.
And we're also, alongside that, we're going to be cooking our very popular cashew cheese sauce.
Ooh, cheese has got to be one of the hardest things to get right in the vegan world.
Yes, yeah, it's something not everyone gets on with the vegan cheese substitutes. Certainly the ones in the supermarkets can be kind of, you know, a bit rubbery. They ultimately they don't taste the same, but I do think that a really good artisan cashew cheese is a really good option.
Okay,
Just on
well,
its own right, it's delicious.
There's going to be people at home now dying to know how to make a nice cheese sauce, so yeah, I'll hand over to you.
Cool.
Let's crack on.
So I'm going to start with the jackfruit, because really, to be able to get the jackfruit to absorb all of those flavours, you want to cook it for as long as possible. So if I show what the jackfruit looks like before we process it. So it's in chunks. They kind of look a little bit like chunks of pineapple, I would say. So you get a slightly harder bit, and then also this kind of fleshy bit that pulls apart. And the bit that pulls apart is really where you're going to get your texture from the jackfruit. So what I've done, I've started preparing some of the jackfruit here. I've cut it up and made it into already quite a pulled texture. And then these last few bits there's always a slightly firmer bit on the jackfruit, so you want to make sure those bits are chopped up a bit smaller. And then those squidgy, more fibrous bits, you can just break apart with your fingers.
Is jackfruit readily available now? I mean, I'm seeing it more and more in the supermarkets.
It's definitely more available in the supermarkets. I've purposefully today, being obviously in Stretford Food Hall, tried to use as many ingredients as I can from the food hall, and they do have jackfruit here. So
do they? Oh, well, good on
you
them.
need to.
Would have been embarrassing if they hadn't.
No, I was very impressed that they had jackfruit. So most of the ingredients for this dish today you can get in the shop.
Amazing.
So, it's certainly in the bigger supermarkets. And obviously you've got things like 8th Day and Unicorn and all those ones that are definitely going to have jackfruit. So I'm putting the jackfruit in the pan. This is really a straightforward recipe, and you can play around with it as much as you want. I'm going to add to this a jar or a bottle of barbecue sauce.
A whole bottle of barbecue sauce?
Yeah, it really does absorb a lot of flavours, so
Okay.
you really want to be putting a lot with it. This is where I struggle to get it out there, the bottle. So I've used a Jack Daniel's barbecue sauce. Again, this is the one that's available here at the shop. It's not to everyone's taste. I would suggest if you're making this dish, just use your favourite barbecue sauce. Can't go wrong. So we're going to let that cook down.
Smells delicious. So is this something that you would have yourself, Robin, as a hangover cure?
I think the good thing about nachos, as I said, it's very easy to prepare, and the other thing I like about nachos is you can pretty much mix it up with whatever you've got in the house. So if anyone does want the ingredients list, they do have a full ingredients list, but essentially half of it is a list of things that you can choose to add or not choose to add, whatever you've got in the house. So we've gone for a few different toppings today, which I'll go through later. But it's definitely something I would have at home. I'm probably going to have lots of the stuff in the house, so yeah. So I've gone for some garlic, extra garlic in the sauce, in the barbecue sauce. You can use 1 clove of garlic. I'm also going to go for a little bit of salt, so I'm going to go for 1 teaspoon of salt.
You can never have too much salt.
No. And then lastly, so being a hangover cure, we need lots of salt and sugar. We're going to really make this nice and sweet and go for 3 tablespoons of sugar.
Wow,
barbecue sauce is already sweet, I understand that, but as I said to you, you really need a lot of flavours to really improve the taste of the jackfruit.
Because does it literally just absorb it all in?
It does, yeah, it really does. The longer you can cook this, the better kind of textures and tastes you're going to get.
So how have you been spending your time since the lockdown? I mean, is what you're doing here in the takeaway, is that enough to keep you busy?
Yeah, it definitely is. So our menu here at Stretford, we've extended it in the last few weeks, so we've got quite a big menu here.
Is the menu I can see in front of me, is that what you can get delivered?
Yeah.
Okay, well, so if you can
So
have a
there's
big
quite-
kahuna burger, cheeseburger, fish finger butty.
Fish finger butty, it's a soy-based fish, yeah. So it's soy-based fish, and then it's got seaweed, so like it almost looks like the skin of the fish, seaweed over the top to give you a fishy taste.
Nice. What's wings on rings?
Wings and rings.
Wings on rings.
It's a take on an American dish which is quite popular out there. They eat lots of buffalo wings with onion rings and fries and all that kind of stuff.
So what are your wings?
They're soy-based as well. Really delicious.
Yeah, they sound great. They sound great.
The wings and rings is our, I'd say, our best seller.
I think maybe just because people like saying it.
Yeah.
Wings on rings.
Yeah, it's a good one. We make a lot of our parts of our dishes. So, for example, we use seitan a lot in the dishes, so we make that.
Nice.
We make all of our sauces, so all the mayonnaise and things like that. So, by the time we've gone to the wholesalers and we've got here and we've prepped, we're out of the house for at least 10, 11 hours a day, if not sometimes more.
We've just had a tweet come in, a question. This is from Karen.
Yeah?
What would you recommend to take as supplements for calcium and iron, etc., if you were to go through?
Oh, okay. Interesting. So, I guess, it was iron and calcium, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think, yeah.
I think there's a little bit of misinformation around those two. When you look at certain vegetables and you compare them like to things like milk and yogurt, things like that, actually there's a hell of a lot in things like broccoli, iron in particular, and lots of other veggies and pulses and things that you naturally get a lot of these vitamins from. I personally don't take any supplements. I wouldn't be able to honestly answer that if someone felt that they were deficient in those. But yeah, there's lots. If you start having a look at kind of your general vegetables and stuff, you'll find lots of it is in
I think
there.
the choice now is incredible, isn't it? When you go into any supermarket, any corner
definitely.
shop.
Yeah. All right, so on to the cashew cheese sauce. So we've just before we came on, I soaked our cashews. So the important thing with the cashews is that you want to soften them slightly before you blend them into our rich and creamy sauce. So we've got 2 cups of cashews and equal amounts of water, boiling water. So they're going to soften our cashews and allow them to break down really nicely when we blend them up. So in the cashews we've put 1.5 teaspoons of salt. This is our other magic ingredient for the cashew cheese sauce, and that is a nutritional yeast. So I would say this is definitely a store-cupboard must-have for any vegan or vegan curious cook. It has a really fantastic umami, cheesy flavour, and this is really going to give us our cheese flavour.
Okay.
So 3 tablespoons of that in there. We are going to put some smoked paprika. So we're going to go for kind of like a nacho style cheese. So we really want a really nice bright orange, yellowy kind of colour. So that's going to give us lots of colour and also really nice smoky flavours. And then again for colour, I'm going to go for about, I'd say, 1/4 teaspoon of turmeric. So that's going to give us a really nice colour. It's not going to give us flavour so much, but just a really great colour.
I mean, all that, I can really smell that already.
Yeah,
It's
it's good.
fresh, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really nice. And then we are going to add some more garlic. So again, I'd say it depends how garlicky you like it.
Very.
I've got some garlic prepared in oil, so I'm going to go for 1 teaspoon of that. But you can, I would say, anything between 1 and 2 cloves really is going to be a nice amount of this. And then this is an optional extra, I would say, but it certainly doesn't provide heat. But I have got sriracha hot sauce. You could use any of your favourite hot sauces in this recipe. It doesn't have to be sriracha. I think it's nice to use this one because it has a nice sweetness as well that comes through in the cheese sauce. But I'm going to add 2 tablespoons of this.
Okay. I find that you have to be careful with sriracha because
Yeah.
since I was introduced to it, I don't think I've eaten a single meal that I haven't put it on.
Okay,
It's addictive.
It's good, isn't it? I recently discovered that there was an extra garlic one, and that is.
Is there a garlic right?
Extra garlic.
Okay, I'm on it.
It's really good. So I would say, really, I mean, unless you're really sensitive to heat, it doesn't give you a lot of heat. But if you wanted the heat from it, you can just add as much as you want. Now, I could blend this up, but it's going to make lots of noise. I have the finished article.
Please say, no, you've got to say.
No?
Here's what I made earlier.
Here's what I made earlier.
Lovely.
So,
I've been waiting for someone to say that, Robin. Thank you.
I should have said it right, shouldn't I? So, I've blended up that mixture into our lovely orangey nacho cheese sauce. And then what we're going to do, when we're ready to start putting together our nachos, you could serve this cold if you wanted to. The cheese sauce is fine cold, but you're really going to get the full flavour if you heat this through. So we're going to heat it through on the hob. Just going to give our jackfruit a little stir.
Got another question for you, Robert. You've got time to answer a question now? Do you want me to wait for a moment?
We can do it now, yeah.
Okay, this is from Siobhan.
Yeah.
This is coming. It says, what is the ultimate vegan store cupboard flavour ingredient? What one spice or herb sauce should I have to make great plant-based food?
Oh gosh, it's hard to choose one. I mean, I've spoken about one already. Nutritional yeast is fantastic.
Yeah.
I do find because it really does have that umami flavour, it does quite often add a really nice level of flavour in most dishes. I will regularly add it to bologneses or pasta, like other pasta dishes. It just is a really good extra flavour in there. So this is definitely a good one.
If anyone's listening now or watching that hasn't heard of the term umami before, which you know maybe just explain what you mean by that.
I guess I mean umami quite often is associated with actually non kind of veggie vegan things like anchovies and quite heavily flavoured things, but it's I guess they try to kind of frame it as a fifth taste, didn't they, I think, for a little while. It's just a level of savouriness that
it's kind of hard to explain, isn't it?
It is kind of hard to explain, but it's just super savoury, super delicious. Quite often you also can get it from things like porcini mushrooms, so again, you know, you kind of, especially when you smell the porcini, you get like that really earthy flavour. So sometimes you can get umami pastes in the shop and they'll have like a mixture of quite often yeast, not necessarily nutritional yeast, but yeast extracts, mushrooms, those kind of things.
Okay.
Just, really good.
Thank you. There you go, Siobhan. Hope that answers your question.
Okay. So we've got these heating up now with the jackfruit. So we've obviously not had too much time to cook it down, but it will, if you give it another half an hour, you're going to really start getting a really nice, rich, sticky sauce that you want with this. But I guess I should think about plating up.
Well, we've got about 8 minutes, Robbie.
Okay, cool. So I've brought some of these really nice nachos. You don't have to buy anything particularly special, but again, these are ones that are available in Stretford Food Hall. They're chipotle and lime ones.
I've had them.
They're good, aren't
Yeah,
they?
they are good.
Definitely worth it, especially for a treat dinner like this when you're feeling a bit worse for wear.
I mean, crisps, effectively, they're crisps, aren't they? And crisps are perfect for any hangover.
Yeah, exactly.
Just eat crisps.
So these ones have got a really lovely seasoning on them already. We'll put them out on our plate and then let's see how we're doing with the sauces. So yeah, we definitely would usually go for a little bit longer on the jackfruit, but it's certainly still going to have all those flavours in there.
Just to remind you, while Robin is working on that sauce, we are live from Stretford Food Hall. in Stretford at the Stretford Arndale. We are trying to help raise some money for Manchester's nighttime economy. Obviously everywhere is closed at the moment, a lot of people are struggling, so what we're trying to do is just help raise a bit of money. You can do that by going to the website unitedwestream.co.uk, or of course you can text the word music to 70140, 70140. Text the word music, £5 will automatically be taken and donated. How's that sauce coming along, Robin?
All right, yeah, I think we'll leave there.
I can see the colour, it looks like cheese.
Yes, yeah, so a really nice kind of natural cheese colour. This is where you can really just get creative. Put whatever you like on there. I'm going to go for loads of the cheese because you can't go wrong with it. I've also got some Oatly creme fraiche. So again, another great product that is available at the shop. So Oatly brought out this creme fraiche, and it was just one of the things that I was absolutely missing off of a really nice hot chili con carne.
Yeah.
So I was really pleased.
And how close is it? Is it?
Huh?
Is it close to the to creme fraiche?
It's got that tartness that you really want to cut through a hot chili. I would say not too far off. Definitely not quite as sour kind of as creme fraiche, but really, really nice, really good option. So I put it in a bottle to make it look aesthetically pleasing.
Yeah, of
but
course.
You can blob it on, whatever
Blob
you need
it
to
on.
do. So I'm going to go over with that. I've also got some jalapenos to go on the top.
A little bit of a kick.
Yeah, so again, just make it as hot as you want, or keep it mild, just really however you like it. Also got some nice fresh coriander to go on the top. Just going to cut up a little bit to go on the top.
It does, I know I keep saying this, but I can just smell it, it's so good.
The cashew cheese sauce is something special. People, we get through orders at the moment where people are requesting extra cheese sauce on their cheesy fries. They're just absolutely falling in love with it. It's really good. And then because I do like it hot, I have to say I've gone for another really nice smoky chipotle hot sauce.
Okay.
That I'm going to put over the top as well.
I mean, if you're having this as your hangover breakfast or brunch, this is going to give you a real kickstart.
Yeah, it certainly will. It'll certainly wake you up. All right. Just going to go for a little bit more of the sriracha, just for a bit of
Always
colour.
go for more
just
sriracha,
a bit of
Robin.
colour.
Always.
Beautiful.
And are we nearly there?
I think we're there with it. So this is the barbecue jackfruit and cashew cheese loaded nachos. Perfect.
I wish I could try it. Can we put it up so I can at least see it a little bit? And we'll have a little, try and get a fanfare. Oh, it's so good! Right, but because of social distancing, etc., I can't try it. But
That's fine.
I'll take your word for it. That looks fantastic. It's been great to talk to you. Thank you for doing this for us. If people want to try your food, if they want to find out what you're up to, what's the best way?
So predominantly we're kind of most up to date on things like Instagram. We are Herbivorous Food on Instagram. You can also find us on any of the delivery platforms, so Uber, Deliveroo, and there's also now the option to phone ahead and make collections here. So if you are coming from further afield when the delivery platforms don't reach to you, then you can come and find us here.
Perfect. And you guys have kind of always been, you always did like packs that you delivered to people's houses anyway, wouldn't you?
That's right, yeah. So we have our cook at home kits. So these are dishes that we've been prepping here, chilling down and then delivering out to people across Greater Manchester. So.
And how's that been going? Has the demand been high?
Yeah, we've been. We started this service up really quickly after we heard about the virus. So we've now delivered nearly 500 dishes across Greater Manchester, so we're delivering across the whole of Greater Manchester.
Amazing.
So yeah, it's been going really well.
Great. Well, listen, best of luck for the future.
Thank you very much.
Hope everything works itself out in the
Thank
end.
you.
Lovely to talk to you, Robin. Thank you. Don't forget, the reason we're here is to raise money. You can go to the website UnitedWeStream.co.uk. You can click donate on there. You can also text the word music to 70140. 70140. Text the word music, and that will automatically donate £5. We are here live at the Stretford Food Hall in Stretford Mall, regardless of whether I've called it Stretford Precincts or Stretford anything. It's Stretford Mall. Let's not forget that. Coming up in just a few moments, we're going to be talking to David Fox, founder of Tampopo. He's going to be cooking for you his favourite hangover food. What's coming up next? Hello, welcome back to Stretford Mall. We are live in Stretford Food Hall. We've been here since noon and we've been joined by various different chefs all cooking their favourite hangover food or just food that they think might benefit you if you're hungover. What are we on now? About 3:30. Hangover's probably just starting to wane. This has been helping a little bit. Pretty soon we're going to be talking to Mary Ellen McTague from Creamers, so that's coming up soon. Before that, though, we are joined by a man whose food I've been eating for 20 years, David Fox from Tampopo. But before we see him, have you seen him yet? Okay, you've not seen him yet. I just want to give you a little heads up. He's got a massive shiny helmet. Have a look at David Fox. Hey, welcome David Fox.
Hello, how are you?
I'm very well, mate, but not as good as you. What's this?
It's my disco ball helmet. Just before we locked down, we were, myself and Nick D'Souza were invited to DJ at the Action Against Hunger opening dinner
for the Northern Restaurant and Bar Show.
Yeah.
Very sadly cancelled. So I've been shining my helmet ever since, ready to bring it out. Hopefully we'll be invited back when it is rerun. Is it in November?
Yes.
I think. Yes. So I just thought I'd just bring it out for old time's sake, so it doesn't feel left out. So
and this is something I never thought I'd say to you. It's a lovely helmet.
Thank you very much.
You should
Thank
be very
much.
proud.
I enjoy wearing it for a bit. Festivals, it's quite hard work because it's pretty heavy actually. So I'll take it off shortly.
Yeah, because I can't take you seriously. That's better.
No.
Now we can have a proper chat. So we've had some great recipes today. No pressure, but what are you going to be cooking for us, David?
I'm going to be cooking a pak krapau, which is one of our most spicy, which is probably one of the spiciest dishes we have on the Tampopo menu. This is also, we're launching recipe kits from next week, and this will be one of the ones that you can get all the ingredients.
Great.
Including the one that isn't here yet. And
yeah, it's worth us just pointing this out, by the way. They say never mention mistakes, just move on, but you've had quite a monumental...
Yes, I'm exploiting my mistakes. So, yes. So no, it's a great hangover dish. It's a great hangover dish for three reasons. I think it's packed with flavour. So loads of things going on in there. Oyster sauce, fish sauce, garlic, chilies, and a bit of light soy sauce. So really flavoursome, which I think you need when you've had a hangover.
Yes, you do.
It's also spicy. So it's going to sweat out all the toxins and the bad things that you've been drinking or imbibing the night before. And also the third thing that's going to do is make you rehydrate. So it's going to bring, drink lots of fluid. So I would suggest that this is one of the best hangover meals that you can have. So yeah, that's the pak krapau, classic Thai dish. I think it was a bit of background to the pak krapau.
Please, yeah, of course.
Pre-World War II, or at the end of World War II, the then Thai government kind of wanted to bring the nation together, and one of the things they did is they came up with national dishes, and the one that is so ubiquitous now is pad Thai. So that really only came about as a national dish kind of post-World War II, but pad Thai was the main one, but one of the other ones that they really pushed in terms of festivals and cooking shows was the pak krapau.
Okay.
So
it's interesting.
It's one of the Thai classics.
If we were forced to choose a national dish to help bring the country together, what would ours be?
See, I steak and kidney. I quite like the old classics. Your steak and kidney pie. Your comfort food of your pies. I think would be good. If you're at a football match and you have the team that I support, which I won't mention, I have a Balti pie, which always runs out by half time. So that's a classic.
Who do you support?
Who do I support? A team that's going to go up next season.
Yeah, mine is as well.
Oh, is it? From the right side of the Pennines?
Well, no, mine's from the Midlands. Coventry City.
Oh, okay. I'm Leeds United.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, which I've never asked.
So, yeah. The bad news is people now, even Man United fans, say it'll be nice to have Leeds back up, which is, as a Leeds United fan, it's a compliment but an insult at the same time. But, yeah.
Yeah.
So shall I crack on?
Yeah, you crack on, David.
Okay.
Of course.
So what I've done is I've just got some rice cooking, which I've got some just a bit of basmati rice, which I've got at home. But we use jasmine rice in the restaurant. Not having used these before, just want to make sure it's not overcooking. So that's cooking away. It takes about 15 minutes, and the ingredients that you've got is some fine beans, which I've topped and tailed, some garlic, some bird's eye chilli, which again you can kind of add to taste, and some white onion, and I've got some oyster sauce, and some fish sauce, and some light soy sauce. The Thais really like this as quite a dry dish, but we have ours with a little bit more sauce to give a bit of a softer flavour. So I'm going to crack on and cook it now. I've got a wok warming up slightly there. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to chop the vegetables, and I'm going to start with the garlic. Like I said, I think this has got loads of flavour. And I find garlic
really, really tasty and delicious and good. Like I say, especially as a hangover dish. It's but you can put as much or as little of this in as you want, really. I've done this. This is a portion for two, so I've done about 4 cloves of garlic there. So that's the garlic.
David, quick question. We've just had a message come in from Rebecca. She says, do you personally put stock or any herbs in your cooking water for the rice?
I don't, but I think it's a really nice thing to do. If I'm cooking at home, I would do that. In the restaurant, you've got to be a bit careful that it doesn't take away from the flavour of the actual dish itself. So, you know, putting in a little thing of putting in some stock or a thing of star anise, I think is a lovely idea. You've got to think a little bit about the flavour profile. Oh my word, look at that. That's a record.
What you done?
We've got some holy basil as well. So yeah, I think it's a nice thing to do. Just think about how that would balance against the rest of your dish, of your ingredients. So I'm just going to heat a bit of oil up in the wok. And one of the things that we do in the restaurant is we fry off some of the basil to make it crispy, and that's quite a nice little garnish. So I'm just going to pick this up. Now, holy basil, you can get Thai basil, holy basil, European basil. You know, these can be quite hard to get hold of, particularly at the moment, and then the quality of them can be a little bit mixed. So I think, you know, using European basil, it's part of the same family. It's, you know, it's not the end of the world. It's not quite the same, but it'll be fine. What's lovely about these is they're quite an aniseedy flavour, and that cuts through the dish. So what I'm going to do is, when this gets hot enough, I'm just going to fry off a little bit of the basil, and I'll set that aside to have that as a garnish at the end. So I've done the chilies, I've done the garlic and the fine beans. One of the things we've been working with a guy from Bali, actually, called Will Merrick, who's a really amazing guy. I was lucky enough to come back from there just before this all kicked off, and he came over. He's actually British, but he's lived out there for 20 years, and he's got 6 restaurants in Bali, and he's been helping us kind of help develop our menu, and we were kind of coming towards the end of a really interesting menu development. And one of the things that we kind of cut our beans to about a centimetre apart, whereas he's suggested one of the little things he did is chopping it quite small, because one of the things that you do get with a pak krapao, a lot of in Thailand, you can get it with minced chicken or minced pork, so small little kind of bite-sized bits. So I'm going to do that with these fine beans, so chopping them into lovely little, and what you'll find, as long as you don't overcook them, these are lovely little crunchy bits of deliciousness that kind of cuts across the flavours of the oyster sauce and various things in that dish. Okay, how are we on time, sir?
We've got about 15 minutes or so, David. Cool. Is that okay for you?
Yeah, that's good.
Talking of times, it's Tampopo's got a big birthday coming up soon, isn't it?
Yeah, it's our 23rd year.
Wow.
In 2 weeks' time. So we thought we can't not have the restaurant open for takeaway. We've just launched Click and Collect as well.
Great.
So we're going to be opening there next Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then it's our birthday weekend the following Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So yeah, May 1997. I can work out when we opened because it was 5 days after I got married.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, we had set our wedding day and we were supposed to open 3 months before, and in true restaurant opening fashion, it got later and later.
Yeah, of course it did.
So I got married on the bank holiday Monday, had 3 days in Donegal, and then we opened on the Saturday.
Was your wife all right with that, David?
She was. No, she was good. She was very supportive.
Good.
So I'm just frying off the Asian basil now. the holy basil, sorry, and this will crisp it up, and that will be set aside and used as a garnish. Now with the onion, one of the ways kind of Thai style to chop onion is to kind of go halfway down, and then effectively you'll see this, you kind of peel off bits of onion like that, and that makes it slightly kind of bigger pieces. So that's the way I like to do the onion, Thai style. Let's see how that's going.
What's your trick to avoid tears?
Tears, well, you just got to do it quickly, I think, and also sharp knife, I would say. Sharpen the knife, the cleaner the cut, the less juices flow off and the less you're likely to cry. So yeah, I'd always say...
sounds like a serial killer's advice.
Yes. So chop that up. We're also, I don't know if you know, we're operating out of Broughton Park Rugby Club as well, which we've been doing for the last 5 weeks. We're open Wednesday to Sundays now, and again, click and collect, and we operate through Deliveroo as well. Deliveroo have quite a wide. I didn't realise they actually flex their their area depending on how busy they are. So sometimes, for example, you can order from us as far, Stockport, but other times the area is a bit smaller.
That's
so
interesting.
It's a bit more fluid. But
Yeah.
hopefully, if we open in Albert Square, we can touch on a bit of North Manchester as well, and deliver there. So okay, I've done the onion, and now I'm going to do the peppers, and I'm basically just going to slice these up into slices.
Just while you're chopping that, how do you see the future, David? Is there any way that you can future-proof the business, or have you just got to roll with the punches?
I think you've got to roll with the punches. I think the two analogies that I rather, dark humour, and this applies to hospitality businesses. I think someone who knows who he is said that, I feel like I'm in a disaster movie, and we've yet to get to the scene where everyone dies. So we're all running around, and there's little small victories, whether that's negotiating with landlords, but at the end of the day, we're still in quite a big pickle. And I said that the furlough is been amazingly helpful, but you're still on the side of a mountain and have no idea how to get off. That's the kind of reality of it.
How was the furlough for you? Because you've got a lot of staff.
Yeah, so I've currently got 105 furloughed.
Wow.
And that's...
and were you having to have that conversation with many of them?
Was I what, sorry?
Having to have the conversation with them to be the one that broke that news?
The week furlough was announced was pretty massive in terms of relief. I'm not the only hospitality owner operator that will say that they shed a tear when that happened, and that was massive in terms of us being able to keep our teams. So what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to add the garlic, fry that off, add the onions, fry that off, and I'm going to add the beans in a bit. The other thing is, you can use any protein like minced pork, that's me setting the alarms off.
So I think the good thing about this is that it proves that we are live. I've just seen Alex, who's one of the managers here, step to do. I've never seen him move so quick.
Can you? Oh dear. There's no smoke. No, there we go.
Well done, Alex.
Then I'm going to add a bit of oyster sauce. I'm going to add a bit of light soy. And then I'm going to add the fish sauce. Yeah, I brought that.
David, the smell's coming from over there.
And then I'm going to add the bird's eye chilies.
I always think people are naming their brands when they say bird's eye chilies.
And for a restaurant brand?
No, bird's eye. Like the crispy pancake makers.
and a little bit of water. So you can add, if you don't add any water, it becomes quite a dry dish, which is still lovely, but and that would be a very Thai way to do it. Then I'm going to add the beans, and this, when it's ready will really be when the beans are ready. Sorry, what I forgot to mention with the protein, whether it's prawns, whether it's chicken, whether it's beef, whether it's pork. I'd always recommend cooking that through beforehand, so it's kind of safe to cook, if you know what I mean. So you're not waiting for that to cook, because if you are, the risk is you'll then slightly overcook the rest of it.
So add it in cooked, so it just warms in the sauce.
Correct. Yeah. It just takes the stress out of it on the day when you come in to cook it. And then. Literally right at the end, you're adding your red pepper and your holy basil. So now going back to I think it's for any restaurant operator out there, or bar or hospitality operator, this is no doubt one of the most difficult times of their lives in terms of pure survival. And as I'm sure I can speak for everyone, it's the survival of your business that you might have worked 23 years to kind of build up, but it's also giving your teams the kind of sense of security of what they want. Yeah. And I think the thing is, I'm part of this national timeout thing where we're asking the government to recommend 9 months rent free, because if we do have to pay our rent when we've got zero income, it's an absolute nightmare. And that's really, really difficult. So that's...
Is there any movement on that? How's that progressing?
No, I think we're lobbying government for that. It frames the conversation that we're having with landlords, and so it helps in terms of that. I would recommend any operator, don't pay your landlord any rent at all. They can't do anything about it until the end of June, and landlords have to understand that it's not just about zero income now. For a lot of us, when we open, we may actually lose more money by being open, and that's really, really difficult. So we need to try and understand how that's going to kind of impact on our business.
And that loss will incur through social distancing and the seating and how many people...
Yeah, just much reduced income, and your staff costs, your biggest single cost is your staff costs. Whether you still need a certain amount of chefs to work, you still need a certain amount of front of house to work, and if you're having to put extra measures in, you've heard a lot of the larger pub companies saying that it's not worth opening. We're going to lose money by being open. So how are we doing for time?
9 minutes, David. 9 minutes.
9 minutes, yeah. So that's the thing that's really tough for all of us is opening when we're ready to open as a country. If it's about, I don't like calling it social distancing. I call it physical distancing. If it's about eliminating risk through physical distancing, there's no point in being open. If it's about minimising risk, there's loads of things you can do to minimise the risk through physical, as well as or apart from pure physical distancing. So let's see how that pans out, and hopefully over the next few weeks, as we slow down on the lockdown, I think we as a society will have a better idea as to how and what we want to do. So yeah, it's tough times really.
It is a tough time, but I tell you what's keeping spirits up is when we see acts of kindness, random acts of kindness, organised acts of kindness, but it kind of lifts the spirits a little bit. And I know that you've been doing quite a lot with providing meals for the NHS, haven't you?
Yeah, there's two things. Tampopo at the moment is doing 100 free meals a week through Deliveroo with the NHS.
To be sent out to hospitals or clinics? And
yeah, so we deliver on a Thursday and on a Sunday to North Manchester General Hospital.
Yep.
that feels good. It's a good thing to do.
Yeah.
Uses up, you know, it allows us to use some of our stock up as well. But also I've been working with Mary Ellen, who's on next, who just set up, who's been amazing and has set up something called Eat Well, that's she'll be able to put more detail on it. But I think it's comfortably over 1,000 meals a week, and I've been working with her in terms of trying to frame this, hopefully beyond coronavirus, and how at the heart of it is the kind of restaurant and hospitality operators, how we can kind of plug into and provide food for those in need, be that NHS key workers, be that Ronald McDonald House, be that women's refuges, and they're just doing a fundraising campaign at the moment, and that's been really successful. But the idea is we're going to try and work out how much we will need a week to keep this going, and continue on beyond coronavirus when we eventually get there.
But how? I mean, I don't want to pry into finances, but how is this funded? How, because it's.
Well, this initially it was out. You know, it's working with chefs that have been furloughed, so they're fantastic and working for free. The guys from Hawksmoor, the guys from Mary Ellen will know the other people that are involved in it. Loads of volunteers, and initially it was kind of running down stock that would either go to waste. Yeah. They've also been very effective at plugging into places where there is kind of waste food that they can use. But what we realise is there'll be an ongoing need for food provision, you know, for the cost of food and cost of certain things. So it's working out how much we will need a week to deliver that. So that's something that's going to, you know, there will be an ongoing kind of cost, and that's where the kind of fundraising of Eat Well is happening now.
It's great. It's really good.
So
5 minutes, Dave. 5 minutes.
What I've got, so I've had the rice cooked off here. What I've got is just a little bowl in terms of presenting it. So turn that on its head, and then I'm going to plate up the spicy chicken akrapao, and like I say, you can do this with minced chicken or minced pork, or prawns or tofu. This is an oyster sauce. You can get a vegetarian flavoured, a vegetarian oyster sauce in supermarkets. So this can, in the Chinese wholesalers, so this can actually be a vegetarian or vegan dish as well. So you can do that with tempeh or tofu, or just vegetables. And here are the deep fried Asian basil, which, like I say, gives it a really lovely kind of aniseedy flavour. And there you go. That's a pakapao. So can I put it there? Is that okay? Yeah. Very good.
Round of applause for you there, David.
Thank you.
Can I'm so frustrated. I can't taste anything. Can you hold it up so I can have a little look?
But these will be available in. You can get these as we're hopefully launching next week from the rugby club and from Tampo Barber Square. Okay. These will be available as you can get these as meal packs.
And what's the best way for people to keep up to date with what you're offering? And
if you go to our Instagram, Tampo Po Eats, Twitter, Tampo Po Eats, or on Facebook, that's where most of the stuff goes out. We've also got a Tampo Po Family Club. You can join through the website. That gets you, keeps you up to date, allows you to get. We do a 10% discount on click and collect. You can email info@tampopo.co.uk and get that discount sent to you. You get your own code that you can cook. You can order every day with that. So yeah,
you're doing a lot. I see you doing cook-along videos and stuff as well online. You're doing online cook-along videos.
Yes, yes. I did. I've done a corn fritters. I've done a pad thai sauce. I've done I'm about to put this one out. We've also been working with our butcher actually, who's Burt Whistles.
Yep.
They're in Earlham, and they've had a really tough time because they're an industry-based. They supply to trade. They've opened a retail shop, so I've done a couple of little things for them. How to prepare a brazoula, which is not Asian at all, and so they have a really good shop which you can go visit in Earlham, and because their trade has gone down by about 90%, but they're still having to supply some of their suppliers, so they're still trying to keep opening and trading. So so that's all available on the social channels as well.
Great. Okay. Well, listen, David Fox, thank you very much for coming down. Really appreciate it. Thank you for cooking.
Thank you. Cheers.
And the very best of luck with everything in the future.
Cheers.
Don't forget why we are doing this. We are trying to raise money for the Greater Manchester nighttime economy. That could be bars, that could be restaurants, that could be theatres, that could be gig venues. They need your support, they need your help. If you want to donate money, it's very simple. You can go to the website UnitedWeStream.co.uk. You can donate there. Or if you just text the word music, M-U-S-I-C, don't mean to patronise you by spelling it, just text that to 70140 and that will automatically get you £5. Right, coming up just a few moments, we're going to be cooking with Mary Ellen McTague after this.
Music is everything. It makes you feel really good. It's about love, sharing. That's what I've got from coming here.
Music is, I think, a fundamental human right.
I think music therapy helps Sia because it taps into a part of her memory that hasn't eroded yet.
The music's been very important to Mum because I just think it brings her back into our world a little bit.
For some reason, his mind's clicked on in a certain way that it wouldn't have done without the music.
I feel silence in my house for 5.5 years, and through music, perhaps he was able to communicate.
Because music's such a simple thing, but it's a personal thing. It's little steps all the time.
Music therapy has enabled Mary to develop her communication and her social interaction.
I'm sure there's a band playing in his head all the time, and I want to help him make the music that's in his head.
During the session, he's a completely different person when he's drumming. It's like having Eddie back to how he always used to be.
What you see is that despite illness, trauma, disability, people can always access music. And you start to see self-esteem, confidence, freedom, control, expression, or on one level social change and how music affects people's lives but then affects the community that's around that person. But I think what's really profound is that relationship they can foster with music, because that can then last a lifetime.
Thank you for tuning in today to UnitedWeStream and watching Manchester's Food and Drink Festival. It's fantastic that everybody's come together to collaborate on this. But whilst you're watching this, we did set this up to entertain people, but please don't forget the main reason why we set this up, and that's to help people who are really vulnerable at the moment across our city region. So please remember to donate, whether it's £1, £2, £3. We need as many of you to donate today as possible. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back again to Stretford Food Hall in Stretford, inside or just outside Stretford Mall. We are here, we've been here since 12 o'clock. We've been talking to different chefs, getting different demonstrations and talking about the food that helps them with a hangover, and also talking about the effects that COVID-19 is having on the hospitality industry and the nighttime economy of Manchester. I've been here since 12 and talked pretty much non-stop like that. I'll never underestimate Lenny Henry doing comic relief again. It's quite grueling. Right, next up for the final dish of the day, Mary Ellen McTague from the Creameries in Chiltern. Hello, Mary Ellen. How are you?
Sorry?
How are you?
Oh yeah, I'm good, thanks.
Yeah?
Slightly deaf, it seems.
Enjoying the lockdown?
In parts.
Yeah.
There's, it's peaks and troughs. Good days and bad days.
Sometimes I quite like the fact that there's no pressure to actually do anything.
I don't know if that's true, actually. I feel like, I've definitely not been doing any home or garden improvements, but I feel like a lot of people are. A lot of people are getting super fit, learning new skills.
Have you been getting super fit and learning new skills?
No.
No, not one.
I have been busy, but not with...
Yeah, we're going to talk about how you've been busy in just a moment. First up, though, hangover food we've been talking about.
Yes.
It's an important dish, the hangover food, isn't it?
It's life or death. It's absolutely essential. I was gonna try and do waffles, potato waffles.
Okay.
Because I very often have waffles with fried egg as a hangover dish.
Yes.
But then I remembered another dish. And this is one of the first things I learned to cook in one of my first jobs as a chef at Sharrow Bay Hotel up in the Lake District, and it's potato rosti, which is just one of my favourites. Absolutely
I love a
it.
rosti.
Yeah, it's got it's got a lot of fat and salt and starch in it, which is what you need.
What you need is exactly what you need. We go to I've got my sister-in-law lives in Switzerland, and when we go there, they famously have just massive rostis, just the size of a plate.
Yeah, I had a really excellent rosti in Geneva with my friend Becky, who works out there, and it was absolutely gorgeous. Although she's vegetarian, and we discovered later that the reason it was gorgeous is because it was cooked in pork fat.
Was it?
Yeah.
How did she feel about that?
Not delighted.
No.
I think more not delighted that she'd found out and therefore couldn't go back and have it again.
So what are you doing this birthday? Are we just going to be seeing our potato rosti, or are you serving it with anything?
Yeah, I'm going to serve it with, and this is one of the great things about it, so it can be served with lots and lots of things. I'm going to do fried egg, blue cheese and some Parma ham with it today.
Fried egg and blue cheese?
And hot sauce, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So I've got on the go here, this is the fat that we're going to use to cook the rosti in. So it's I'm going to make a thing called garlic beurre noisette. So beurre noisette is just burnt butter. But you heat it till it caramelizes, and then chuck in a couple of smashed garlic cloves and leave it to infuse, and then strain it off. I've got some I made earlier for this. I just want to show you what colour I need to take it to with that one. So that's just ticking over there. The fat's really important in the rosti. Pork fat is quite nice to use, but it's not. You can make it vegan. It's really nice done with an oil, like olive oil, or even just rapeseed oil or plain veg oil. It's really nice with clarified butter. But the garlic burn was that just gives it just a bit more depth of flavour, sort of caramel notes and that kind of thing.
Sounds delicious. You've been very busy, it seems, during this lockdown.
Yeah, I don't know why I can't just take the opportunity to.
I know, you idiot. You
for
can
5
just be
minutes.
sitting back. But you do some wonderful stuff, Mary Ellen. Just tell us a bit about Eat Well Manchester. David Fox mentioned it earlier.
Yeah, so we started off as it was just really it felt a bit like a no-brainer. There were all these restaurant kitchens empty and all these chefs at a loose end, and then all this food that was going to be going in the bin because all the restaurants were closing, and you often can't donate fresh food to food banks. And sort of as restaurants were closing, I'd had a conversation with my sister, who's a doctor. She works in the NHS. She'd been sort of, saying about how difficult it was and it was going to get. And I was asking how we could help. And she said, well, you can help by feeding people, by taking people meals who are going to be working really long and really difficult shifts. So we started off doing that, and it was just me kind of buzzing around in the car with meals and crates of food and stuff. And then I did a bit of a shout out on Twitter and asked for people to help, and the offers of help just came absolutely flooding in.
Oh, wow.
From everything from chefs to events companies who've lent us loads of freezers to use. It's just every day someone's offering to help in a new way. And now we've got to the stage where we've set up, we've formalised, and it's not just chefs anymore. We've got people who are doing the marketing, the comms, and the building the website, and so it's drawing on people from all sorts of backgrounds with all sorts of different skills. And it's just really, it's really nice to be working with all these people.
Yeah, and I guess it must be good just because during this time you feel so helpless because everything is completely out of your control. There's nothing you can do. So had to have something to focus on where you can help and do your bit. That must be good.
It is wonderful. It's so. I mean, that's the feedback I've been getting from the volunteers, is that having a sense of purpose and also feeling like you're actually doing something that has practical use. I mean, we're feeding people, which is, it's why we all do the job we do. We like feeding people, and normally it's also a little bit about sort of showing off and having a nice restaurant and doing clever things with food. And this is just totally not about that at all. It's completely stripped of ego. There's all anybody that's involved cares about is getting food to people that need it.
Amazing.
So it's just been a real privilege to be part of it. Okay, so this burn rosette here is, it's got a kind of a really nice golden colour. It's it foams up quite a lot when you first heat it, and then the foaming sort of stops, and once that stops, you know it's ready to go. So I'm just going to leave that to cool down over there. Just wash my hands as well. So the potato I've got here is, it's parboiled. So you do that because you want to kind of start to activate the starch in the potato, so it sticks together when you put it in the pan. So these have been boiled for 10 minutes. You can steam for 8-10 minutes, or you can bake for about 10 minutes as well. And to work out how many potatoes you need for the recipe, you take the pan that you're going to cook them in and just kind of fill it with potatoes, and then once it's full, that's going to be about the right amount for making the rosti with.
Okay.
So I don't have a recipe in terms of weights or anything. It's and the type of potatoes you want to use. I mean, it doesn't really matter actually. You can use any potatoes that you happen to have in. The only essential things for this are potatoes of some kind, salt and fat of some kind. Everything else is kind of an option or an embellishment. Yeah. But I'm using Maris Piper because they're floury potatoes and they go nice and crispy on the outside.
Yeah, I love a Maris Piper.
Yeah, they're great.
Good for roasts, aren't they, Maris Pipers?
So the first thing you want to do to the potatoes is we want to get some, as I say loads of salt and pepper on there.
That's a lot. That is a lot of salt.
I'm probably going to put some more on as well.
No,
if you want a recipe, a good guideline is sort of, if you want to weigh the potato you've got, if you do between 1% and 2%, 1% actually, 2 would be a bit too much. So I'm using white pepper because I've run out of peppercorns, but that's fine.
That's all right, we're in a lockdown.
Yeah, exactly. Make do amend. So I'm just going to mix in the seasoning with the potato. Now, like I was saying, the things that you absolutely need are potatoes, fat and salt, but I like to do a layer of caramelised onions in the middle.
Ooh.
So that's how I was taught to make this, with that layer of onions in.
Alex, the manager of Stretford Food Hall there, is helping out, doing his bit. Let me just take this opportunity to remind you that the reason we are doing this, as well as giving you something to watch and keeping you informed, it's also to try and help raise money to do our bit to support the Greater Manchester nighttime economy, which has already been affected greatly by all this and will continue to do so even after lockdown. The future is very unclear. So make sure you support. Go to the website if you're already on it, UnitedWeStream.co.uk, click donate, or text the word music to 70140. 70140. Mary, how does the future look to you? We were talking to Robert Owen Brown earlier. He was very optimistic. Maurizio was. How do you think things will work out?
I I just really struggle to imagine what it's going to look like or how we're going to reopen, because just with the layout of the creameries and that there's a very sort of narrow walkway to get into the dining room. So even if we successfully space people in the dining room, there's that kind of bit to get there that's not ideal. And also, as David was saying, if you're running on less than 100% capacity as a restaurant, you're probably losing quite a lot of money, because I think most restaurateurs would say that, you know, take that off there a bit, that even at 100% capacity, it's quite hard to make money. You know, it's kind of, when you're full, you can make money, but even then it's hard. So trying to run at half capacity, I just can't see the numbers adding up, and we just don't know what sort of support packages there are going to be, how long they're going to last for. We've you know, the extension on the furlough has been announced, but exactly what that looks like we don't know, and then what happens beyond October we don't know. So I'm just trying not to think about it too much, actually.
Well, yeah. So stop asking me about it.
I don't want to talk about it.
I think a lot of people, because they've been forced to change the way they eat, because no one can go to a restaurant, but more people now are getting these home kits from restaurants. I think that will have a change for the good. I think that will become more commonplace down the line.
I think so. I think the restaurants have been forced to find new ways of feeding people, and that's brought about lots of creativity and new ideas and stuff, which is always a good thing. So I think a lot of that will continue into the future. So the rosti then, I've got a hot pan here. I've put some of the garlic beurre noisette in, it's like quite a big spoonful, and then just lay down the first layer of potato. So I'm going to just build up the edges slightly. How are we doing for time?
You've got 10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Yeah, 13.
13. So just going to build up the sides a little bit. Then the onions. So these onions have been caramelised really slowly over a sort of fairly low heat for a long time, so they're really, really well caramelised. And I've caramelised them with star anise, and that's something I always do when I'm doing like a sauce base or a soup base or whatever I'm making that has onions in as a base. I always caramelise them with star anise, and it acts like a flavour enhancer. So whatever you put the onions in, it then just makes it taste nice. So it's a bit like a kind of MSG type thing, but a natural one.
Are you doing much more cooking at home now, Mary Ellen?
No, well, with the Eat Well Manchester thing, I'm so busy. I mean, it's as busy as running a restaurant, but it's a whole new sector that I've never worked in before.
New skills. We're all learning new skills, aren't we?
We are, yeah. So I guess I have got a new hobby.
And you, as well as the Eat Well stuff, you're also providing meals for the NHS as well, aren't you?
Well, that's part of it. So we're through Eat Well Manchester, we're providing meals for the NHS, for homeless people being housed in hotels, for Women's Refuge, for parents of children staying at Royal Manchester Children's Hospital. And what's nice about it, I mean, it means it takes about 20 minutes to explain what it is we're doing, but what is nice about it is that we're involved with loads of different parts of our community. So not just in terms of the volunteers and the people giving up their time to do this, but in terms of the people that we're reaching, the people we're feeding. It's all sorts of different backgrounds, from there's the doctors and the nurses and all the staff in the hotels, and that's one element, and then there's all the other parts that, like I say, we're feeding now. But I mean, we want this is not just like something for during lockdown or during the pandemic. We want this to go on because the needs that we're addressing were there before lockdown happened, and they'll be there long afterwards.
Well, and I've always said this, I think anyone that is more vulnerable or anyone that has any kind of issues or problems, you cannot underestimate the power of a good meal.
No, oh God, somebody made me blub the other day. We've started fundraising, and they made a donation, and the comment they put was "food is love," which I'm a bit of a hippie, so that kind of really appeals to my my hippie sentiments. But it was just, it's true, you know, it is a really powerful and also useful and practical way of kind of extending care to someone. And that's, I think, why it's, you know, for the volunteers as much as the people getting the food, that's why it's so enjoyable to do. So speaking of which, we're hosting a fundraiser.
Okay.
In 2 weeks on the Saturday 6th of June. It's going to be streamed live on UnitedWeStream. And what we're going for is something that's a little bit like a kind of comic relief children in need type programme.
Yeah.
So there'll be performances and loads of amazing prizes to be won. It's a live auction.
What kind of things are we looking at? What can we bid?
Sorry?
What could we bid on? What could we get?
What kind of things?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a secret.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I'm not allowed to tell you.
You mean you don't know yet?
I was told in no uncertain terms not to give anything away yet.
All right.
But we have got some amazing ones lined up in terms of prizes and performances and fun and silly things that people can play along with at home.
And that's what we need.
Dead excited about it. We do. We need as much fun and silly stuff as possible.
We do, because the online quizzes that I've been invited to recently have just been rubbish.
They've been rubbish?
Yeah. I've not been invited to any good ones.
Okay, so just without explaining, sorry. So I've oiled the plates, and then I stuck the plate on top of this, flipped over, and then I'm just going to put a little bit more fat in that pan because you can never have too much fat, despite what people might say to the contrary. So I'm just going to slide that back in. We'll colour that other side, and then that's ready. The potatoes are pretty much cooked because of the time they've had, the pre-boil they've had.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna. I just realised I haven't actually brought a plate to put it on.
Oh, that's okay. David Fox didn't bring half of his ingredients, so you're winning already. I'm sure we can get a plate from somewhere. Can we magic a plate from somewhere? One on the way.
Great, thank you.
So what about the creameries, Mary Ellen? Are you doing any kind of delivery service or? We
were, but because, as I was saying earlier about the shape and the layout of the building, I couldn't keep the staff safe. So we had to stop. There's no way, the kitchen's really long and narrow as well, so there's no way of working at a safe distance. So we stopped that, but that's fine. I mean, with the furlough scheme in place and the other financial support, it's okay for now.
Yes.
Just like I say, it's long term, we just don't know. We don't know what's going to happen. Thank you so much.
Glamorous assistant.
So this is a bit controversial here, but I'm going to do a slightly crispy egg. I know some people absolutely hate that.
Oh, I love a crispy egg.
I love it. So that's what we're doing.
It's about getting it crispy around the outside though, but still runny.
Oh yeah, runny yolk.
Still
Yeah. So just
runny.
basting here. So, and then I'm going to pull that out in a second. What I am going to do is just crisp up this prosciutto a little bit. So this prosciutto, am I allowed to name check supplier?
Name check away.
Okay, this is from the Courtyard Dairy. So the Courtyard Dairy are run by Kathy and Andy. They're based up in Settle, and they are a really lovely couple who are also really expert. They both used to make cheese, and then about 10 years ago they decided they sort of had to decide whether they wanted to make it or sell it, and they decided to sell it instead, which I'm delighted they chose to do. So they buy direct from farms all over the UK and Europe, and they just have the most amazing cheese, and they buy the cheese in and then they age it and they sell it when it's absolutely perfect.
Nice.
And I love them and they're great, and you should all buy cheese from them. So I'm just going to crisp up that ham a little bit. And then I've got this is Young Bucks. This is a cheese from the Courtyard Dairy. It's a raw milk Stilton type cheese from Northern Ireland.
Nice.
And it's really, really lovely.
Smelly.
Very nice.
Got 5 minutes, Mary. I just want to have something to eat. It's like torture, this. You're not allowed to eat, but you're allowed to sit there for 4.5 hours watching someone cook.
That's brutal.
It's torture.
Yeah, I would hate that. Will you be allowed some of this?
No.
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 Oh, do I have to take it home?
I might be able to take it home. I'll have to check the guidelines. So you've got children as well at home, haven't you?
What's that, sorry?
Children at home.
I do, yeah. I've
How
got
are
two
they?
boys. They're hopefully watching actually. Joe is 11, almost 12, and Paddy is 9.
Hello, Joe and Paddy.
Hello, Joe and Paddy.
And how have they been finding it all?
A real mixture of hooray, I'm not at school, and just like missing their friends and their routine, and you know.
It's hard, isn't it? It's hard.
So hard. I mean, it's just such a weird thing for them as well.
Yeah.
It was weird for everybody, but particularly weird for little ones. But they're doing great. I think the hardest thing is not being able to see like their grandma and granddad and their aunts and uncles. I mean, they're totally sick of me. They see plenty of me and their dad, but they do miss grandma and granddad and the rest. Okay, so we have a rosti. It's not quite as dark as I would like. I would probably have given it another 5 minutes or so, just to get it a bit more golden and crispy.
I mean, don't tell any of the other chefs that we're here today, but that smells the best.
Thank you.
Don't tell David Fox. I know he gets very competitive.
He does. He doesn't really. Okay, so I've got the crumbled. Crumbled wild buck cheese there. And what is really, so if you were going to make a vegetarian one of these, what is really nice is if you do some kind of roast root vegetable like carrots or celeriac and just roast whole with a bit of oil and garlic and rosemary, and then serve the rosti with that and some salsa verde. So just parsley, mint, capers, red wine vinegar and salt and oil. But I've got some wild garlic oil here. So we've already got the garlic burn rosette, but I'm just going to give it a little bit more garlic. And I'm going to put a few capers on as well because I love them. And a bit of hot sauce because you can't have hangover food without hot sauce. It's
No,
not
I mean,
allowed.
it really helps, doesn't it?
Oh my god, it
Hot
does.
sauce.
I think there's something in it though. There's something very healing in there.
It's going to be perfect timing, this, Mary Ellen. 3 minutes
God,
to go.
that's a first.
It's like you do this professionally.
Well, no, I'm usually just really late with everything. There you go. There it is.
So I've not got my sound effects ready, but that looks absolutely delicious. It does look delicious. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Before we do go, if people want to get involved with the Eat Well Manchester,
Yeah.
Can people donate and volunteer?
Yes, so you can donate through our social media channels, so Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. We are at Eat Well Manchester.
Yes.
MCR, sorry, at Eat Well MCR and all of those. And also via our website, which is www.eatwellmcr.org.
Okay, fantastic. Mary Ellen, thank you very much for coming down.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it.
Cheers.
I'm just sorry I can't eat it. It looks great.
I'll have to eat it.
You just stay there and eat a lot. Well, that's about it then. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much for donating. If you did, if you haven't, it's not too late. Just get on the website and click the link, UnitedWeStream.co.uk, or don't forget that number, 70140. Just text the word music and you will donate £5. Thank you so much for this. Thank you so much for everyone that's already donated. United We Stream will be back tomorrow night from 8 o'clock with Dave Haslam. There's something very special. I'm looking forward to this. They're going to mark the 40th anniversary of the death of Ian Curtis, of course, from Joy Division. Talking to some fabulous guests. It's going to be very exciting. Make sure you listen from 8 tomorrow night. That's it from us at the Stretford Food Hall in the Stretford Mall. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday.